Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an Airbus A330 pilot, and welcome to our first look at the new update for the iniBuilds Airbus A340. Note that this is a work in progress version of the update, and since I've seen that a couple of you guys have already asked in the comments below how it comes that I'm suddenly previewing updates, well, that's quite an easy one. After all, there is quite some time involved for developers to get their add-ons from the finishing moment of development actually into Marketplace. So they, respectively Asobo, did already update the process of ingesting new stuff into Marketplace, but unfortunately that still takes a couple of days. So if something's been submitted to Marketplace on last Thursday, it's probably going to be out by Monday or Tuesday. So within that time, the update sits ready, so they send it out to streamers so that we could already have a first look at the airplane. And well, that's exactly what we are going to do today. Before we start though, first of all, hello to everyone who's been kind enough to join us in the chat and to answer your questions about what we are going to fly today. We'll be flying the Eurowings Airbus A340. Well, that in itself is about as wrong as it gets though, so a little background to the airplane that we are currently flying. It says Eurowings on the airplane. It is operated by Brussels with crew who were basically hired together from the former Air Berlin or Sun Express and flying this for Eurowings. So yeah, welcome to the lovely world of aviation there, guys. Nonetheless, Düsseldorf to Ibiza for the Ibiza closing party event over in VATSIM, Spain. So, loads of guys requesting routes down there. Guys, just be patient. There aren't many A340 routes. We are probably eventually going to do them all at some point on this channel, since the choice really isn't that great. But yeah, let's go right into it. And we're actually going to start having a quick look at what the changelog looks like. And yes, I'm super creative here. I didn't even bother writing it up somehow. I'm simply going to show you right out of the email I got. And yes, that tells you that I got 26 unread emails and 15 drafts. I'm totally happy with that. So here's what the changelog for version 1.0.1 is going to look like. So as we can see, lots of system stuff on there, but I'll be talking about the most important on that while the flight is going on. Couple of nice things down there is added the equal time point, fixed the VATSIM crash when inputting holds in secondary flight plan. That one was actually reported by me, and well, actually quite a bit of stuff that I reported among here. Also some nice stuff among the artwork over here, some nice stuff on the EFB, and quite a couple of sound fixes as well. And especially the sound is going to be interesting today, because they did remix a lot of it and actually improved the sounds quite a bit. So I'm really looking forward to see that in action. Okay, so that's about as much as we got over here, and well then, I suppose from this point onwards we're just gonna take it flying. And just a quick comment here on Emre in the comments. If you bother calling developers dicks, then I bother calling you an idiot. So thank you very much, banned on my channel. Alright, so that out of the way, let's go ahead and get straight into the actual flying part of things today. After all, there is an event upon which we want to arrive rather early and then depart rather early as well down there. Cool, so let's get straight into the flight deck here. It's an EAS-1 equipped A340 in today's flight. Basically, the airplane that we're flying right now, the Oscar Sierra Charlie Whiskey, was former Lufthansa A340 that got sent to Brussels to fly for Eurowings, and then thereafter it got actually transferred back to Lufthansa and got a German registration again. So the airplane is now operating fully under so now it's operating fully back in Lufthansa. But okay, that much about That much about our preparations. Now, Bal615 asked in the chat if this is sim update 3 or 4. It's actually sim update 4 that we are going to use today. Alright, so that much about basics. Let's go ahead and power it up. Safety inspection, engine masters off, engine start selector norm, weather radar off, landing gear lever is down, the wipers are off, and then we can check the battery voltage up here. Oh, 25.5. That's about the exact minimum that we can accept, but it's fine, as long as it isn't any lower than that. So let's go ahead, turn on the electricals and the external power up here as well. Now still comparably quiet over here, but that's completely fine. Once we turn the APU on, that is actually going to change. Now, Aviator Under asking in the chat if there is any chance of getting a tutorial for the A340 like I did for the 350. Yeah, definitely. I just really have to find the time. Right now, I'm actually on standby duty, so depending whether they call me or not, I kind of hope to be able to do such a tutorial, but we'll have to see about it. Okay, so power is on. The screens are just about popping up with some pretty nice animations there, by the way. So let's go down into the electronic flight bag, have a look at a couple of the things that have changed with the update. So you won't find all too much in terms of the visuals, but you can see down here, current version is now 1.0.1 for the airplane. Also, make sure that you are going to download the terrain data from the ini manager. That is absolutely required to be able to use that. Now, apart from that, in the third-party simulation, we got a couple changes that you can't see here, but I'm going to show you. That's namely, it's now able to use say intentions and beyond ATC data for the ATIS requests as well. So that way you can get some really nice data out there. Now, Sherwin Scott, are there no flight model changes? Honestly, I wouldn't know what to change there at the moment. Rotation and stuff a bit, but remember, they had exactly 1 week to develop this, and more updates are already in the works. It's just the entire process of marketplace ingestion that simply delays stuff. And since I'm sure the question's gonna come up anyway, why use marketplace in the first place? Well, unfortunately, that's down to you as community, because simply too many of you have been pirating their products, and marketplace is a secure way to prevent that from happening. So yes, it comes with a lot of downsides, but since piracy is so widespread, they saw themselves forced to go the way over marketplace. So yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is how it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look at our flight. Departing Düsseldorf, we're going to fly along the German-Belgian border, then down into France, across Switzerland, back to France, and then via Palma de Mallorca over to Ibiza. Weather forecast down there looks interesting though. Occasional CBs are forecast. And now that we go up to the remainder of our plan, let's see over here. So, Ibiza, forecast. Now that's an interesting one for a VATSIM event, isn't it? Temporarily, and that's exactly for our time of arrival. Wind 070 at 14, gust 26, 3,000 meters visibility in showers of rain, thunderstorms, and few CBs. Oh boy, I'm looking forward to flying there. Especially on a VATSIM event like that. So, that much about our destination weather. Alternate. Let's see, Barcelona is number 1. We are arriving at, let's just scroll up a bit, 1500 UTC. So let's see, Barcelona at 1500 is going to be basic weather good, runway 06. Prop 40 tempo, some gusts, but down the runway, and that's only in the night. So Barcelona is actually okay. It's Ibiza that is the bad one. Let's see about Palma de Mallorca. Oh, look at that. So Palma is not really usable as an alternate here. Temporarily, for our arrival time, 3,000 meters in thunderstorms, showers of rain, few clouds. And now look at that. Prop 40 tempo, gust 25, 1,500 meter visibility in heavy thunderstorm. So yeah, that definitely means we're going to take extra fuel today. Definitely means we're going to use extra fuel today. How much extra fuel? Well, let's take a look. So, on-time departure means arrival 12 minutes ahead of schedule, plus the delays that we're going to have on an approach, because there will inevitably be delays over there. So let's have a look into the fuel section. So 18 tons takeoff is standard plus taxi, let's call it 19 tons standard fuel, and that includes the CF hour. We definitely have threats at our destination, by the way. So let's see, VATSIM delay on an event like this, let's call it, actually let's see which arrival runway we've got in here. 24, no, that ain't happening. Alright, add 10 minutes fuel because of incorrect arrival runway. So now we're already at, well, 10 minutes, let's call it a ton, so we're now at 20 tons, standard fuel. And now let's take at least half an hour on top due to the weather. And that brings us from 22, half an hour more, that's 2.5, so 22.5 tons of fuel. Plus, well, another bit to carry that, well, let's call it 23 tons of fuel. That should be safe, giving us sufficient extra fuel for anything VATSIM related, possible go around and then diversion to Barcelona. Okay, I think that's a good call. So let's go ahead and import everything from SimBrief over here. Fuel, we're gonna call that 22,500. Didn't I just say 23? Call it 23 down there. Alright, and instant load. Now, while that's in progress, let's go for the GSX options, and you can get me the catering services, please, so that we can start getting ready up here. Handling by AHS. Alright. So, a little comment there from Roy van Kaan. Do I or anyone else know why the external power is disconnected when the beacon is switched on? Yeah, that's a setting. Yeah, GPU connection auto. I think it's either that one or there is another one somewhere down there where it says automatically disconnect ground power unit. Here it is. Auto APU disconnect. Turn that off if you don't want your external power to be disconnected when you put the beacon on. Okay, cool. So that much about our fuel situation. So we got that now. Simao asked in the chat if I tried out the new Windwing throttles. No, I ordered them just like everyone else did, but unfortunately I'm on the same waitlist that you guys are. So whenever they're ready, then you're gonna get a review, but they're not gonna give me any priority here. Okay, so that much about it. Then let's go ahead and continue with our setup. ATIS 123 coming on, APU looks good, and well, we're not gonna start the APU just yet. It's nice and cool outside. Let's see what temperature it is on the inside. 13. Well, that is a little cold. Okay, I tell you what, we're gonna start the APU. Alright, APU coming online. And TrefNG, you can find the changelog on Marketplace once the update actually gets into there. Okay, cool. So APU starting, then let's do the rest of it here. So let's collect some ATIS. Little change there in the aircraft's logic from the update. So I complained that earlier when you press the ATC COM button, you would basically be led to the ACARS overview. However, that's not how it is supposed to be in the airplane. When you press ATC COM like this, you should get straight into the ATC menu, which works just fine now. When you go MCDU menu ACARS, then you should have been led into the menu where that was called up in the previous version. So improved a little bit, but still not entirely perfect. But then again, they are going down the right way, and I do like that. Alright, so let's do ATC COM, next page, and ATIS request. We are leaving from Düsseldorf, and we do want the departure ATIS. And look at that, that's been improved as well now. When I enter /D, it automatically makes /departure out of it. Unfortunately, currently no VATSIM ATIS online, so what I'm gonna do is, in order to be able to get some sort of an ATIS, I will simply request the Say Intentions ATIS, and I'm also already going to enter Ibiza /arrival over here. And now, since we're using Say Intentions, I can't use departure and arrival. We're getting there, don't worry. And I think for all that stuff to work, we need to have imported the flight plan. So, very quick check, 340, 300, CFM56, enough data up to date. Let's do flight plan init request, and once that is done, we are going to request the weather. Alright, so flight number 9500, Düsseldorf Ibiza, 23 left, arrival 24, well, probably not. But anyway, let's do that stuff again, and then we can grab the ATIS, I hope. Yeah, that looks a lot better, doesn't it? Alright, so send. And then weather should hopefully come in a few moments. In the meantime, back into the EFB, onto the chart menu down here. And we're going to depart Düsseldorf. Let's search those charts, APC, AGC. Departing 23 left towards the southwest it should be. Do we have dedicated chart for that? No, yeah, that's it. Mabel 6 Tango, so 23 left northwest. Good. And then let's also find the SID PT for that. 23 left northwest, here it is. Great. And J380, yes, the OE page is new. Let me actually show that one, because we haven't looked at that just yet. So MCDU menu, ACAS, and OE times. Here it is. So we'll be talking a little bit more about that page when we're actually en route. Okay, cool. And down there you also have the free text menu as well now, by the way, so that you can send messages through the Hoppy system. Nice little thing. Don't try it. I mean it. Okay, on the live stream that is. Alright, cool. So that's that part. Now that we should have some weather, and indeed we do, it is not available. Oh, loving it. Is there actually an option to just request the METAR? So let's see. VATSIM. What happens if I just request that one now? In the real world, when the ATIS is not available, when you do an ATIS request, it would give you the METAR instead. I'm gonna submit that one to iniBuilds. And same thing, ATIS not available. Okay, fine. Well, doesn't really matter, does it? Let's go to the ACAS then and request the standard weather. Oh, can we? Did they remove that option? They removed that option. Interesting. So the standard weather request is gone now. Okay. Well, I gotta send him a couple of reports then. Because that should get some improvements. You should absolutely be able to request... Oh, now we get into the data link menu. Okay, guys, this is not how this is supposed to work, but we got to the page where we wanted to go, so I suppose that gets the job done for us. So, Düsseldorf, METAR, yes. Send. Quite a couple of things. And here we go. Alright, that's better. QNH 1034, 15 degrees, and definitely runway 23 in use. Alright. So, QNH 1034, might as well dial that one in already. Here we go. And here we go. 1034, perfect. So, our catering is completed. Then let's go ahead and request GSX boarding. So, full house, 300 passengers today. And then let's do the takeoff performance. Runway 23 left, synchronize weather, takeoff weight. Let's see what we got now. 178. Shall we call that a bit more? Yeah, let's calculate 179. Doesn't hurt. And 23 left is not 3,000 meters. Let's see the AGC. So So 23 left, Lima 1 is 2636. So 2636, here we go, that's better. Alright, flaps 2, air conditioning off, and calculate. What a surprise, we can depart from 2600 meters with a very light aircraft. Kanu Verma asking in the chat, is Hobby a paid add-on? No, not at all. Alright, cool. So with that we've got all the standard EFB preparations completed. We know that we can depart, even with quite a flex temperature here. Boarding is ongoing now, as we can see, so let's continue with our procedures. Starting down here then with the technical acceptance, pressing and holding the recall, 3 seconds, so that it recalls any message that was cancelled on the previous flight, and that is looking good. Our oxygen pressure is looking good, hydraulic quantities are full, engine oil, for that we'll need to power up the FADEC. 1, 2, 3, 4. And here's something new, they have implemented the FADEC startup process now, and here we go. So, oil quantities are all full, just like they should be. Absolutely perfect. That's a new addition with the 1.01 update, by the way, that the FADEC startup process is now implemented. Something they didn't do yet is the ability to do the brake test while the chocks are in place. So, in order to be able to do that, we just have to remove them. Then we can test the alternate brake system. And here we go. Brake pressure looks just fine. Then let's put the parking brake in place again and put the chocks in place again as well. Something you should always do at this point is also to go to the wheel page here, check for the brake temperatures, especially when you have an airplane that doesn't have a brake fan installed like we do today. Okay, so there's that. Okay, so that's our aircraft acceptance complete. So from here we can go into the pre-flight procedures. And just looking down at the chat, Adrian, no, even when I scroll up a bit, I can see your question. Sorry. Okay, cool. Ahmed, you weren't able to request METAS through the FMC. Well, that worked fine over here, but I do think that you need a Hoppy account for that. Not 100% sure though. So pre-flight procedures, that should go quick. By the way, do note the sounds of the switches have been raised in volume quite a bit. So, batteries charging just fine. By the way, the arrow of the batteries charging has been fixed on the EIS-2 aircraft as well now with this update. Okay, so that stuff is in here. Fuel pumps on and recall or fire tests. Looks good. Maintenance panel looks good, and the right hand side looks good as well. Okay, and Kanu, on which A330 types am I? CEO or Neo? I'm ready to fly both. It's a common rating though, so naturally I am. And it includes the A350 as well. No A340 included though, because someone in the government eventually figured out that, hey, there's a difference whether you fly with 2 or with 4 engines, so let's rather make that a dedicated separate type rating. Alright, so let's tune all of that stuff. 21.5, 22.8, no CTAFs in Europe, so we are going to be using 22.8. Come on, go active. That bug is so annoying, of the entire simulator, by the way, not the aircraft, that it doesn't... that it disables your ability to click when you've scrolled for a little time. Annoying thing. Okay, so weather radar is set, everything here is set, on the right side is set, then let's start with our FMS setup. So, I'll be using my WinWing CDU for that, so if you don't see me typing, don't be surprised there. By the way, I can really recommend those WinWing CDUs. I remember a time, which wasn't all too long ago, where a hardware MCU would cost €1,000. Nowadays you get those things for 130 bucks. And they get the job done. Alright, so let's start on the init page over here. At least once the aircraft actually gets there. Did I forget to start my Mobi flight? Yeah, I did. Okay, start Mobi flight. That should work. Alright, cool. So we're going from Düsseldorf to Ibiza, ultimate Barcelona. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, cost NX30, flight level 390. Flight plan then, Düsseldorf, departure, runway 23 left, mod route to Tango departure. And insert, and now for the arrivals into Ibiza, we're expecting the ILS Zulu approach to runway 06. And that's going to be a Poyensa for Victor arrival. Do we need any VIA for that? I think it's DMF. Let's select that. Alright, and insert. Now, for the emergencies, let's go to stored waypoints and enter the emergency point, Düsseldorf X3. And that's going to be based on Düsseldorf 23 left, runway track 230 and 25 miles straight ahead. And that'll be a PBD point, store. And now for the secondary flight plan, copy. And we've got Dus X3 into here. Copy, paste, and oh, that looks buggy. Okay, ain't gonna touch that anymore. Well then, we are just gonna go straight to the init B page and enter our stuff there. So zero fuel is 155.1 and we haven't completed boarding yet, so we don't know a CG, thus we enter 25. Something that's been fixed with the update as well as the trip wind field down here. If there is an active wind uplink, then this should only show dashes, which is the correct behavior of the tool. And since the airplane automatically uplinks winds, which it shouldn't, but it does, since it's doing that, we would of course not get any ability to input anything over here at all, ever. I do hope that iniBuilds is eventually going to turn off that automatic wind uplink though, because it's not realistic. In the real airplane, pilot needs to request that wind uplink manually. Alright, so that stuff's in here. Then let's go for the takeoff page and some takeoff performance data. So flaps 2 and 55 degrees flex temperature. 2 and 55. And then we need our speeds 130, 132, 140. Okay, looks good. So, reduction and acceleration are good. Engine out acceleration 1600, which is 1500 above the ground, and we'll use derated climb 2, like that. Finally, Düsseldorf 23 left for an immediate return into here, and then let's quickly run to the fix info page and enter the engine outset over there. So Düsseldorf 23 left, radial 230, and well, we couldn't define that engine out waypoint. But I'm not gonna touch the secondary again for this flight, because I did get a WASM crash in the past when I got this strange, strolling through tracks and distances. I reported that one to iniBuilds already, however they haven't been able to replicate that yet as far as I'm aware, so that one's still under investigation. But from my past experience, when I go back onto the secondary flight plan after it showed this, then I'm gonna get a WASM crash, so ain't gonna touch that anymore. Okay, so this stuff completed. Oh, and looking into the comments down there, Mert, kinda go and fuck yourself with that question. And banned. Bye bye. Okay, cool. And Julian, even if I try to delete the secondary flight plan, I tried in the past, don't touch it anymore. Really, don't touch it anymore. Okay, so that's that. Well, then let's just cross-check our SID. And once that is done, we should be finished with our FMS. So, charts, ANAV, overlay. So, straight at Delta Lima 230 or 600, whichever is later. And we got that. Then it's a right-hand turn, Delta Lima. Wait a second. Wait a moment. I entered the wrong departure, didn't I? Naval 4 Tango? That is not correct. It should be a Modro departure. Okay. So let's redo this. See, that's why we're doing these checks. Okay, come on. Give me my runway overview, please. Did we just break it? Here we go, that's better. So, 2-3 left. And just to be 100% sure, we're looking for the Modro 2 Tango. So, Modro 2 Tango, here it is. Alright, that should be correct now. Insert. Yeah, that looks better. That looks better. Okay, so straight at Delta Lima 243, maximum 210, right-hand turn on 318 towards Uboro. And this should not be an overfly waypoint. Why is this an overfly over there? That is a bug. Alright, I'll be reporting that. So this should not be an overfly point, but 210 is correct. Then a turn in on Uboro is also correct on the 319 track. And then it's a left turn towards Natex, max 250, and then towards Modro above level 210. And we've got all of that. So it expects to cross Modro at 256, so no problem with the altitude restriction. And that's that. Shadow. I'm using the Lido charts over here that come with the default FS24. I prefer Navigraph for general aviation, but for airliners, Lido, in my opinion, is, I don't know, I think they're just easier to read. They include a bit more information the way that I want to. I don't know, I just prefer these charts over the Jefferson charts. And Atuska, when in the Phoenix the preliminary load sheet gives us a CG, are we allowed to use it? Honestly, we get preliminary data in my airline as well, we are not allowed to use it. They want us to wait for the final one so that you don't accidentally skip it and think that something had been entered already. So that's what we do at work. Alright, so everything's entered over here, then let's actually go ahead and see if there is any ATC, but unfortunately there isn't. Okay, can't change that. Cool, so then we've got everything set up. We do have a remaining 9 minutes until departure. And Michelle, when is the update going to come out? Well, that depends on Marketplace. They have sent it there, but you know the ingestion process. Sometimes they're fast, sometimes they're not. But hopefully at the beginning of next week. Okay, so let's say hello to our passengers. Liebe Fluggäste, einen schönen guten Tag aus dem Cockpit, hier spricht Ihr Kapitän. Mein Name ist Emanuel, im Namen der Eurowings darf ich Sie ganz herzlich an Bord unseres Airbus A340, geflogen von Brussels Airlines, auf unserem gemeinsamen Flug nach Ibiza willkommen heißen. Die Flugzeit heute ca. 2 Stunden und 15 Minuten. Wir erwarten einen weitestgehend ruhigen Flug und dann einige Regenschauern, aber dennoch warme Temperaturen in Ibiza. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste sind. Lehnen Sie sich zurück, genießen den Flug mit uns und wir melden uns mit dem neuesten Update, wenn wir uns am Flug auf Ibiza befinden. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emanuel in the name of Eurowings. Welcome aboard our Airbus A340-300 operated by Brussels Airlines on our flights to Ibiza. Today's flight time will be 2 hours and 15 minutes, expecting a mostly smooth flight, couple of rain showers, but still nice and warm temperatures over in Ibiza. Thank you for being on board today. Sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us, and if there is anything we can do for you to make it more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our channel candid crew. Thank you very much, and once again welcome aboard. Okay, cool. Then we are pretty much ready to go briefing, so let's start. This will be a takeoff on Düsseldorf's runway 23 left, Mayville to Tango departure, initial climb 5000, MSA 2400, and extra fuel and time. Well, let's see what we got down here now. 3.8 tons, 51 minutes. And I have a feeling we might actually meet that with that weather. Okay, so, we've got no hotspots for our taxi routing, at least none that will matter for us. Our departure runway is 23 left. Stop margin will not be all that much, but probably a couple hundred meters, maybe 100 or 200 or so, plus the TAS effect. Engine out sits straight at 25 miles, climbing to the Düsseldorf X1, which we can just direct, or Düsseldorf X3, which we can just direct to when it becomes necessary. Immediate return is possible on both runways. We are below the maximum landing weight, so that's not going to be an issue. Apart from that, well, nothing special, nothing non-standard. We got that level 210 or above restriction down here at Modru that we gotta take care of, and as soon as it is assured that we can reach this, we can make a left-hand turn direct to Modru. Do we have any threats for today's departure? Me neither. It is Honeycomb one though, so Honeycomb traffic is a little bit of a threat. Good luck outside, and if we need to, you know, then we'll see how we're going to handle the Honeycomb traffic. That's really all I can say about this, sorry. Okay, cool. So that's our briefing completed. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear bits and covers are all on board. Fuel quantity 22,900 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on, ADRs, nav, and barrel rev QNH 1034. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Alright, so that much for the general stuff down here. Then let's go ahead and get that stuff going. So we should be on Honeycomb already. Let's make sure that you guys can hear anything that's said over there as well now. And then we should by now get a final load sheet, provided that boarding is completed, which I think it should be. So 155 and 27%.
Düsseldorf traffic going Nana 331.
Here we go, 155/27. That gives us a CG of 26.7, which we've got up here as well. And that is an unchanged takeoff weight, so we can keep the data from up here and use a CG 26.8 is correct. Trim 5.2 units up. So slash up 5.2. Here we go. Alright, cool. So that's everything done down here. So GSX, toggle and prepare for pushback and departure. So doors are all closed. Cabin crew, arms lights. Here we go, APU is running, then we can remove the GPU. Ground flight. So parking brake set, you can remove chocks and GPU, and please confirm that all doors and hatches are closed, ground equipment is removed, and the bypass pin is installed.
The traffic,
all confirmed.
Pushing back, stand Alpha 1.
Oh darn it, the guy on the right of us is pushing. The last Zero Wing's pushing, to which position are you going?
Taking west.
Are you pushing into the bay or onto taxiway Tango? Because I want to know if I can push at the same time.
We are pushing to taxiway Tango, Eurowings 223.
Roger, thank you. Then we are standing by for you. Darn it. Of course, from here he pushes onto Tango. So right behind us. If he had pushed into here, then we could just have pushed onto Tango. It wouldn't have been a problem. Okay, well, I suppose that means we'll have to wait. In the meantime, let's get all the remaining stuff done though. So we are going to do facing northeast on Tango or facing southwest. Let's see. Well, northeast is going to be the better option for us. Okay, cool. So now we just gotta wait. So transponder, beacon, B4 start checklist, park and brake, set, takeoff speeds and thrust, V1 130, V2 132, V2 140, flex 55, and those are showing up here as well. Windows closed, beacon on, B4 start checklist complete. So if we've got to wait anyway, then let's at least make it pretty. You can get a map over there. And he is pushing into the bay. No. Had he told us that correctly, we could have pushed. Okay, well now it's too late, or can we still change that direction? Let's actually see. Change direction. So we want to go facing northeast on taxiway Tango. Perfect. Alright, let's go. Düsseldorf traffic, Eurowings 5, Bravo Lima heavy pushback from Alpha 11 onto taxiway Tango. Alright, cool. Park and brake is off. Onto Tango, let's go. So we're gonna push onto here. So that this gentleman, once his engine start is complete, will be able to taxi straight out. And looking into the chat, Neen, thank you very much for your kind words. The performance is actually pretty good on my side. When I compare it with the iniBuilds 350, for example, I'm getting like 30% more frames, roughly. If I go unlimited, that is, because normally I do everything with limited frames. Okay, so let's go for engine start, and note that when I turn the engine start selector into start now, it actually takes quite a while for the FADEC to start powering up. And here we go. So, engine 1 start. Okay, so that's 20%. Could have turned number 2 on at 10%. Oh, hello there. The moment we push back, someone else locks in. Fine with that. Okay, can you push us a little bit further, please, so that... Hey, what's that doing? Hello? Why are you pulling us forward? Stop that. God damn you, GSX. Okay, and push back backwards. This piece of... God! Why is he so... Literally pulled us through the tuck. So we gotta move far enough backwards that the A321 can clear the way in front of us. Alright, and we've got 2 good starts. Starting number 3. Quick check outside. Alright, I think this is sufficient so that the Airbus can pass ahead of us. So stop the pushback, please. Alright, so engine 4 start. A little messy engine start right now, but we got time, so that's not going to... Anti-cooperative, I can't tell you about the 600 right now, but we will find out. Okay, so one more engine to go. Why is it? Okay, this time it's fine. This time it was just the fact that we hadn't set the park and brake. Alright, and we've got 4 good engine starts. Clear to disconnect. Show me the clear sign on the right hand side, please, and have a good day. Bye-bye. So we're looking at 5.2 units. Here we go. Okay, after start checklist, anti-ice, off, ecom status, checked, pitch trim, 26.7%, rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Just lot of traffic, Aura Wings, 5, Bravo, Lima Heavy, taxi runway 23 left, via Papa 2, Mike. Okay, clear right side, clear left side, park and brake released, let's go. So Papa 2 is first to the left, and then first to the right to the full length. And Kai Jillian, are we going to do some Wizz Air ops soon? Probably not. I don't really like flying airlines that are like totally screwing their staff and personnel. Okay, so first left. And the left side is clear. Düsseldorf is a pretty tiny airport, so we got to be a little bit careful here with the oversteering technique. Have to apply it, but not too much and not too little. Okay, flight control track. Full up, full down, neutral. Full left. Full right, neutral, rudder, full left, full right, neutral. And of course that should not have moved our airplane, but it's alright, ain't gonna take these things too seriously. So we've got no changes to our takeoff briefing. Down here everything's set, Euro set as well, and takeoff config test. Looking good. Taxi checklist, please. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, config 2,
Pushback on the bay facing north from stand Alpha.
Just got distracted here. Let's do that checklist again. So, flight controls, checked. Flap setting, conf 2, radar and predictive wind shear, on and auto, engine start selector, norm, ICA memo, takeoff, no blue, taxi checklist complete.
Uniform passed, pushing back, Alpha 13, Düsseldorf traffic.
And Julian, yes, we absolutely have to do that much oversteering. I mean, try with less, and then have a look from the outside. where your main gear actually is. The thing is, you want to keep your main gear close to the center line. And the main gear is basically always dragging inside the turn based from the flight deck's perspective. On some aircraft that are like really long, think A340 600 for example, you actually have a taxi camera for that. But on the A340 300 you don't, so you just gotta apply the correct oversteering technique there. And Garen, why are we not using say intentions? Because we will be arriving at a VATSIM event, and I kinda don't like departing on Honeycomb and then arriving on VATSIM. Or rather the other way around, departing with say intentions and then arriving on VATSIM. For the simple fact that I'm using a real world flight number over here, and I'm pretty sure with that event ongoing, somebody else would otherwise just chime in and snap that flight number from us. Düsseldorf, Eurowings, 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, line up and takeoff, runway 23 left. Okay, so the approach area is clear. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. So, lineup checklist, takeoff runway, 23 left, Lima 1.
Approaching,
TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off,
left.
lineup checklist complete. So, 10 knots for that turn. Let's not waste any runway, it's very short for this type of airplane anyway. And here we go. Now Julian, look at this from the outside. As you can see, that much oversteering is definitely needed.
On runway 23 left.
Takeoff. Manflex 55, SRS, runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. .100 knots, checked.
V1.
Rotate.
To the traffic, Eurowings 223, lining up, runway 23 left.
Positive climb. Gear up. Nav, checked. Don't be surprised about the rate of climb here, that's completely normal. We are departing a short runway with an aircraft that's made to depart at almost 100 tons more weight. Obviously we get a high climb rate. Thrust, declimb 2, climb auto thrust. Flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps 1. Don't open that status page.
Of traffic,
And flap 0.
8,
Speed checked.
uniform taxiing to runway.
Flaps
23
0.
left via Mike.
Stop that status page. That is an annoying one. So, I really like the mixing of the sounds now. It's a lot better, isn't it? So, 15 degrees, we don't need anti-ice going into that weather. Then let's continue our climb to flight level 210, which is the next restriction that we'll have to meet. And that's 21,000 blue.
Departing runway 23 left.
Alright, I'm going to start my right hand turn a little bit earlier, because that one shouldn't be an overfly point here.
Behind departing H2 Antonio, lining up and waiting, runway 23 left, slow traffic.
Let's wait until it sequences, and then, yeah, now we should have a reliable nav mode again. So, Volvo on a 322 track, let's go ahead and fly that. and set standard. So, standard cross-check, passing flight level 47 now. Let's bring it back onto the center line here. After all, this is a radius to fix leg. And, well, with that we made it out of Düsseldorf. 18 degrees outside, so no anti-ice needed. And here we go. Loving it. Alright, cool. Autopilot 1. Next up, let's make sure that we're actually able to pass the... Let's make sure that we're actually going to be able to pass the motor restriction at 210. So this one says we need 23 miles to get there. Okay, and motor is currently level 247. So what we're gonna do is, I think we can proceed direct to Modru now. It should be absolutely fine. So Modru, direct 2, here we go. Now let's see what it calculates. 169, I don't trust that. I think we will be able to do it. But we can of course always help it a bit, so let's just go over here, speed limit 250/15,000. I don't trust those calculations. We should be able to make it.
Düsseldorf traffic during Sun Tango, taxiing runway 23 left by Papa Mike Lima 3.
And Kanu in the comments. The taxi cam that Aerosoft and Tolis have previewed doesn't look like an actual taxi cam to me. It looks more like they are, you know, doing some sort of showing a 2D picture on there, but not what your actual simulator shows you. So that seems to be a little shortcut they've done there, because it's currently not possible to do an actual taxi cam. Right, so landing lights off. We're gonna leave the constraints on over here. You can have airports if you want to, I don't care. And then clear and copy, please. Well, no copy, we're not gonna touch the secondary for the reasons mentioned earlier. So, a little bug fix that you see here, by the way. Previously, when you left it on some other fix page, so say for example now we're on fix page number 3. Previously, when you went back to the flight plan and into the fix info page, it would bring you back to that page. It shouldn't do that, so when we now go back into the fix info page, brings you back to page number 1, just like it should. Alright, so cruising 390, optimum 390, maximum 407, perfect, so that's a very easy decision. Level 390 it is. And Garen Vanderpool says in the comments, I don't fly with ATC and I want to replicate real-world procedures and follow the blue line of Flight Radar 24. How would I know where direct twos were given and what headings to fly? You wouldn't know. There is no public information that would tell you that. So for now we're keeping the seatbelt signs on because we have the rather high pitch in order to be able to make the motor restriction. I'll actually go select it here, keep the 250 a little bit longer, so that we're actually able to pass Modru above level 210, which should be just fine. If we look down here, we'll reach Modru 210, well, we'll reach 204 miles prior Modru, so that should be absolutely fine. And Julian asks in the comments, in cruise it's really cold outside, why do you not need anti-ice then? Well, first of all, if you look out here, how much water do you see that could actually freeze on your airplane? Not all that much. So, in order for ice to be able to form on the airplane, you actually need visible moisture that you're currently flying through, which usually in cruise is not the case. Now, let's take a little further look into some physics. You've got two kinds of temperatures. You've got the TAT and the SAT. The TAT is the temperature that you have on the body of your airplane. And that is warmer than the SAT, which is the temperature of the air on the outside that's not heated up by the friction of your airplane moving through the air. So when the SAT drops below minus 40 degrees Celsius, which is normally the case in cruise, then any remaining water that you may have, that you might even see in the form of cloud that you may fly through, any of that remaining water would be so cold and so heavily frozen that it cannot attach to your airplane. It just bounces off it. And for that reason, you don't need any anti-ice in cruise. The only area where you've got to be a little bit careful, though, is, surprisingly enough, the North Pole and the equatorial regions. But let's talk about why. So, in the North Pole, the tropopause is usually so low that in summer season you can have very warm temperatures. I've seen up to ISA plus 20 over there. So that means you might be cruising in temperatures of above minus 40 degrees. On the other end side, when you're flying near the equator, then you are going to, well, be flying in an area where there are updrafts that are so strong that warm air can be lifted to an altitude where it may still be able to freeze to your airplane. But again, just look at the temperatures. The other reason, or the exact opposite that can happen near the equator as well, is that it gets so incredibly cold because the tropopause is so high. And remember, below the tropopause, the air normally cools at 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. The tropopause is so incredibly high that you may find very, very cold temperatures over there as well at high altitudes. And Lucas, are we going to try the Boris sound pack? Yes, absolutely. And Kanu, I have no idea where you take the idea that I don't do Boeings from. I most definitely do. Alright, so we passed the motor level 210 restriction, so we're now in managed speed and we are accelerating, and since that means the pitch comes down, we can release our passengers as well. Here we go. And Andreas, how do we decide when to turn wing anti-ice in addition to engine anti-ice? Basically, we use wing anti-ice when we observe that ice actually builds up on the airplane. So those names are a little bit unfortunate. Both are called anti-ice, but one of them is actually a de-icer. What's the difference between anti-ice and de-ice? Anti-icing means preventing ice from building up on the airplane. De-icing means removing ice that has already built up. So, as you can see, it's pretty hard to be able to actually see your wing from the flight deck. Now, to be totally fair, we should be able to see it a little bit better than this. But anyway. So, anti-ice, which is what we use on the engine, means preventing icing from forming on the airplane. We do that by heating the cowlings over here. That's why those parts look a little bit more metal, and why those parts are not painted. We pump warm bleed air into the cowling, thereby heating it up and thus preventing ice from forming on the engines. Why is that important? Because if we let ice freeze over here and only then heated it up to remove that ice, then bricks of ice would fall into the fan blade. We don't want that. For this reason, engine anti-ice is used as an anti-icer. Wing anti-ice, however, works like a de-icer, which means you wait until it builds up on the wing, then you heat the leading edges up, and thereby the ice that has already formed simply, well, becomes water again and flows off the wing. Namely, the lower patches of the ice, the ones that are attached to the wing, those become water, and then the entire block of ice just falls off the wing. Now, why don't we use wing anti-ice in the same way as we use engine anti-ice then? That's quite easy. Imagine if those parts were warm all the time and super cooled water would come on it. It would float to the back and then it could freeze onto the wing. We don't want it to do that. For that reason, let it freeze on the front, wait until it has frozen and then remove it. Now, how do you know if there is any ice actually on those wings? Well, quite easy. You've got that ice detection probe up here. So when any ice builds on this or on the wiper, then you know, okay, now I'm collecting ice. And now I gotta remove that ice using a wing anti-ice. The way you do this is to turn wing anti-ice on, wait, you know, half a minute or a minute. In the real world, when you're looking at the wing, you can actually sometimes see little bricks of ice flying away from your wing when you use wing anti-ice. And, well, then it's clearing, and once it's clear, you turn wing anti-ice back off again. And that's how we use it. So, something else that's worth talking about with the new update of the iniBuilds A340 is down here, the MORA feature. MORA stands for minimum off-route altitude. So that's basically the minimum safe altitude within the depicted next 40 miles on the nav display. And it's always 40 miles. If I go for a higher range, doesn't matter, the MORA is for 40 miles. Why 40? Because in case of an emergency descent, that's roughly the distance you need to get down. Therefore, if a decompression happens, you gotta descend, and that MORA is above 10,000, descend to the MORA. If it's below 10,000, go down to 10,000 feet. Or even just 8,000, makes it a little bit nicer for your body. Okay, that's... well, yeah, that's the MORA feature. Something that's worth pointing out as well, that I didn't know until recently, is in order for the train on ND to be working, by the way, I just love the way this is displayed on the EIS-1 aircraft, in order for the train on the ND to be working, you've got to download that database using the ini manager. So, if you're on PC, be sure to do that. And something else, be sure that you turn the brightness of the train display all the way up. That's the inner switch of the ND brightness selector. Otherwise, you will have a hard time seeing anything over there. In the real world, it's a big no-no to turn this to anything less but the full position. Some idiots actually turn it off when they turn the entire nav display off. You know, on those EIS-1 aircraft, it was standard to turn the brightness of the displays down. And some idiots would turn the brightness of the nav display down as well. Don't do that, because like this, you can see it doesn't make a difference whether we have terrain on or off. You're just not going to see something. You still get the terrain indication down here, and the result is that you may think your flight path is clear while it actually isn't. And Charlie asks, does the A340 have D-rated climb? Yes, it does. And I know that there are some people out on the internet who say no, it doesn't. Well, I got an AFCOM where it very clearly is using D-rated climb. I can actually show you that one so that you guys believe it once and for all. Just give me a moment to actually find that stuff and actually prepare that file for you. Just a second here, getting that one ready for you guys. Alright, here it is. Straight from the AFCOM. And as you can clearly see, there is a D-rate feature over here. And by the way, I know that it says A330, A340 up there, but I did check the registrations that I had to cross out over here on request of the gentleman who sent me this. I did check the registration. This is an A340. So as you can see, yes, it does have D-rate. even though some wannabe important people on the internet say different. Alright, so there's your proof. And Jackie Chan, A330 or A340, which one is my favorite? Well, A330, operationally it doesn't matter. I'm talking real world right now. Operationally it doesn't matter because, you know, the aircraft are, for a pilot, pretty much exactly the same. But since the A330 is just more economical, it means that the airline has more money left that they can spend on my salary. And that is a very strong reason to prefer the A330. Make sense? Hope it does. Okay, so now the big question. There is a Paris controller online. Is he covering like the entirety of France or just certain parts? I think it's more of the entirety, so let's just give him a call. And his CPDLC will be Lima Fox XX, so let's already log on to there. Connection, notification, Lima Fox XX. Send, and on voice he's on 128.275.
B94 Yankee Golf, nothing further now.
Alright, notified.
Frequency is 228, bye.
Income thanks B94 Yankee Golf.
Ferry control, bonjour, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, passing flight level 335, climbing 390.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, I think I know that voice. Squawk 5714.
5714, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, merci. Alright, so let's actually turn the terrain display off again, because, well, at this altitude terrain doesn't matter to us.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, thank you, identified. Continue on data link.
Okay, so on data link, and he's connected. Something that iniBuilds didn't do yet with the update is to increase the brightness of the DCDU. I wish they would, but again they are already working on the next follow-up update, so I'm kinda hoping they will do soon. So let's see if we can get a direct to Giulia. ATC com, lateral request, direct to Giulia. Alright, transfer to the DCDU, request direct to Giulia. And that one's new, the send button is now in the correct location, that's part of the update. Send. And here we go. Message not supported by this ATIS unit. Okay. By the way, that's interesting. Yeah, I've been working on you already. You shouldn't make any voice anymore. Okay, so, yeah, close. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Any chance to proceed direct Giulia?
That's what I was looking for. Call you back.
Hello, this is the KLM-23 Hotel Flight Level.
So, company message. This is unfortunately still in the airplane.
6413.
Oh god, no, I hit the secondary. Okay, proceed direct to Giulia. Wilco and send.
Brazil Delta 25 Romeo Echo.
Damn, we gotta be careful with that secondary flight plan.
50.
So, direct to Giulia. And with the beam speeds. Here we go. So that's a nice little improvement to our route. Now, let's quickly go down here and clear that company message thing. So, ATC com, message record, and yeah, just gotta open and close these. Alright, here we go. That's just better. And just of all, would also come to look at when you're at inputs, because from there we'll find the same routes from Condor Tracker Tango. Hi Condor. So, inputs at 13:45.
Continue on data link. Advise 2 Nana Yankee, climb flight level 3840. Advise 2 Nana Yankee, climb flight level 3840.
Climb flight level 380, advise 2 Nana Yankee.
Jan Lucas, I tried to land the A330 at Heraklion with an RNAV approach, but I did not get a glide slope marking or a localizer marking.
Traffic Juliet Uniform, flight bonjour, stroke 5735.
Is this a bug? Not necessarily. Depending on the software version modeled, it may not have those indicators. The lateral ones are something that I know that Phoenix and FS Labs model, but never seen those on an Airbus in the real world yet. The vertical ones, those should appear. But there is a software bug in the real-world aircraft, where under certain conditions the vertical one may be incorrect or not appear at all. There would be an OEB for this, which would say that if that bug exists in your airplane, then there are certain procedures to follow. Namely, there would be a list of approved non-precision approaches where the airline ensured that everything works correctly, and those would be in a list. If you've got that list, you can fly it. If that approach is not on the list, then you cannot fly it, and you would actually have to use FPA for the approach. And you will be laughing. The majority of non-precision approaches I've flown in the real world on the A330 were flown with FPA mode rather than final approach mode.
Thank you.
I think it's OEB number 30 or something for the A330. Not sure for the A340, but probably the same thing. Mach all cruise da.
Airphone 286, climb 260.
Okay, nice. We're reaching cruising altitude now. Alt cruise.
Delta 276, left heading 240, descent 3000.
So let's get that OFP.
033.
Quick fuel check. Top of climb 19 minutes and 13.2. We took 25 minutes, which is due to the climb derate that SimBrief doesn't know about. And 18.3, so we have 5,000 kilos more than planned, and we uplifted I think 4,500 more than planned, so we saved 500 kilos. Makes sense. Then let's see, we're just parting Gros-Tanquin as well, and over Gros-Tanquin we should have been at 27 minutes, 12.7, we hit 26 minutes, and with 5.5 tons extra. Perfect, so that's about 1 hour that we're carrying extra. Down here it says 58 minutes, perfect. See, those checks are actually useful for something. Alright, and with that we're up at altitude. Now something that they've added with this update is the ETP function. So you go down to data, equal time point. We use this all the time. Literally all the time when flying long haul, you would be using the equal time point. What you do is you enter the two suitable airports that you would be looking for into here, and then you always have that equal time point between the two. So let me show you how that actually works. Let's say Düsseldorf as departure airport is good, and let's say that even though we are currently flying across Europe where there is an airport like everywhere, let's just assume in theory that there would be no airports anywhere over here. So we got that airport, Düsseldorf, and then down here we would have, for example, that airport, Lyon, Lima Fox Lima Lima. So what we would do all the time is this. You enter the departure airport, you enter the arrival airport. The winds should be blank, by the way, by default. No, that is not a format error. And now it draws you an ETP en route, an equal time point. And here it is, our equal time point. When we overfly that, now we know that we are bound to fly to Lima Fox Lima Lima, in case an immediate landing is needed somehow. Once we overfly, we're going to exchange that other airport with a new one, such as, for example, moving down here, we might exchange it with Barcelona. Then we get a new ETP over here. That way, we always fly from one equal time point to another, so that we always know which alternate airport we may want to land at. Now, I'm saying always, obviously there are some exceptions to that. For example, when you're flying, you know, along the US East Coast. Yeah, there are sufficient airports there. When you're flying across Europe, sufficient airports here. But as soon as you're leaving Europe or the American East Coast, then you start doing this. So that you always have an idea what the next alternate airport actually is. And Old Gold, thank you very much for the 5 Schweizer Franken donation. Hello, will the extensive autobrake usage be fixed in future updates? It's funny to see how the aircraft slows down faster than the A320. Thank you. I've actually not tried it yet. I did one flight with this update so far, and on that one I didn't use the autobrake at all because it was landing at a place with pretty high temperatures, but we will try on this live stream. We will be using autobrake low.
Thank you.
However, there is one thing that's worth noting, and that's how do the autobrake work.
Service control, good afternoon, A5.
The way that autobrakes work is that they target a fixed deceleration rate. So, irrespective of the weight of the airplane, low will always give you the same deceleration rate. Medium will always give you the same deceleration rate. Because of that, it is absolutely believable that an A340 might slow down at the same rate as an A320. And actually, to give you some perspective, I gotta talk A330 here, but since the A330 has the same amount of brakes as the 340 and the same landing weights, it should be an acceptable comparison. So, A330, flaps 3, autobrake low. You will always need roughly 2,300 meters. A320, you can use a very easy formula to calculate the deceleration rate that you should get. And on the A320 family, you just take the gross weight times 2 for autobrake medium, the gross weight times 3 for autobrake low. So at 60 tons, you should get 1,800 meters with autobrake low. On the A330, A340, it should be a little bit more. Therefore, the deceleration rate should probably be a little bit less because the approach speed is actually slower on the A330. So A330 typical approach speed 135, A320 is normally rather like 140. So that's just a little bit of a background there. And Press, is the equal time point function exclusive in the A340 or will it be added to the 330 as well? I suppose it's going to be exclusive for the 340, but I don't know. But it would make sense. You know, unless Microsoft demands it added to the A330, it would make sense that they just add it to their own product, you know? Because after all, they want to sell their product and therefore keep a certain amount of value in it. However, I'm personally expecting that we will see an enhanced A330 at some point as well. Just a personal expectation here. I don't have any insights, just my very own idea.
So it's 15 X-ray, descent flight level 200 to reach Bravo Lima Mike.
And Julian, why do you not use autobrake max? Honestly, I did an autobrake medium landing recently because I flew to a 2,300 meter runway and we couldn't do low on that one. So, autobrake medium, the plane decelerates so enormously strong. If you need more than that, just use max manual. By the way, let's put the TCAS into below, which we should do. Now something else that you guys might be noticing as I'm flying along over here. You can see that I'm still on constraints rather than airports. Why is that? Because, look at this. Is that useful? Does this tell you anything you need to know? No. Constraints, however, which is my normal cruise setting, tells me something that I need to know, which is the MORA. For this reason, in the real world, I'm always flying with constraints selected rather than airport. Now you might be asking, okay, so how do you know which airports are nearby? That's how I know. Note that in the real world, the maps are usually a little more logical. You can see a lot of correct selections over here already. For example, we've got Heathrow, Schiphol, Brussels, Frankfurt, Munich, Berlin, Hamburg, and so on. Now that LFOK over there, not sure what that is. I would kind of expected to see Paris over here. But for me personally, the EFB is a better source of airport and position information than the nav display is. I prefer flying it that way. That's why I'm keeping the MORA over here. And look at that, the MORA is going up to 17.4. Let's throw in some terrain display here as well. Look at that, 132 means 13,200 is the highest peak. Now, what is that one? Well, let's see if I can show you. Fix info. Moblo. Here you go. So, right over here. Moblo is the Mont Blanc. Pretty much one of the highest mountains in the Alps. That's why the MORA is going up, even though at this distance from the Mont Blanc, this shouldn't be that high. The MORA should only be the next 40 miles, not... Well, this is for here. So, yeah. There's a little bug in the MORA over here. Should only show the next 40 nautical miles. But anyway, that's how we'd be doing such a flight. By the way, look at how you can nicely see the Mont Blanc out there already. Is it that one? No, it's gotta be that one. Slightly to the left of our route. So, just looking into the comments down here. Anti-cooperative, can I say which airport that was where I had to use autobrake medium, or is that something I can't disclose? Well, if I would tell you, then you would immediately know which airline it is. So, I'd rather not, but there are a couple airports, even at larger cities in the in North America, where you've got some shorter runways.
Victor, descend flight level about 100. But level 100, Trevor, flight to this.
And Charlie M, LFOK is Paris Ventry. Probably best you don't go there. Yeah, I do agree. If we have to land in Paris, then probably de Gaulle is it.
United 914, les vents de Gaulle 0508, piste 09, droite, autorisé décollage.
So, Lima Echo Oscar asks in the comment, hi Manuel, I'm currently looking for a flight school to start my ATPL in Germany. Just wondering which flight school you went to. So I went to the former Air Berlin Flight School, TFC, in Essen, which is a really good school, can absolutely recommend them. Then of course there's the Lufthansa Flight School, the EFA, European Flight Academy, which I can definitely recommend as well. Expensive, but one of the best schools around. So generally I would be looking for schools where that do training for airlines. So either European Flight Academy or TFC in Germany. Personal opinion. And Daniel, does anyone know how to get the airplane updated? That'll happen automatically as soon as the update releases on Marketplace. That's completely automatic. By the way, let's just take a second here.
Yoda 112, Paris, bonjour, identified. Maintain 370
So,
and report your Mach number.
as you can hear, the sounds in the cabin have changed quite a bit as well. So let's just go back to the flight deck and then just actually walk through the cabin. So, here we go. We should still hear a little bit more wind noise over here.
Advise 29 Yankee, contact
Should definitely hear some more wind noise up here in the front, but let's walk backwards a little bit and see how the sounds are actually going to change.
Yoda 112, maintain Mach decimal 77.
Oh, look at that. There's still some invisible walls here. Well, let's go to the other side. The right aisle usually works a lot better in the ini than the left aisle. So, don't really hear many changes in the sounds, but it looked a lot, it sounded a lot better when we just were in that wing view, didn't it? Let's just move down here. Well, that's like completely different from what we had earlier, is it? But let's make ourselves away all the way to the back of the plane, see if there's any change in the noise here.
Delta 042, contact House 133005.
Don't really hear much change at all, huh? We should be hearing quite a loud hum here on the back of the engines. So yeah, a little room for improvement still. I'll report that to iniBuilds so that they can work a little bit more on those sounds in the cabin.
Alpine 1754, House 133.
So for the sake of it, let's just go all the way to the back. And Tobias, yes, those invisible walls seem to be there just on the left aisle when walking backwards. So when walking to the front, you don't seem to have them. But when walking to the back, you've got those invisible walls on the left aisle. If you take the right one, it works just fine. By the way, when you look at the mirror over here, you can actually see a little bit of mirroring taking place now. Not sure if that's part of the update, but I never noticed it before. And look at that, the lights of the oven are working as well now. Still can't operate them, but, you know. Alright, so let's walk back on the left aisle. When you're going over here, then it's all fine. Now, ETOPS 120 asked in the chat, are there toilets available downstairs? Not on the 300, that's only for the A340-600. But something we can absolutely check for is if they have worked on the crew rest area by now. No, they still haven't worked on the crew rest. That's still unchanged. Hopefully going to be added soon.
Channel 3272, are you able flight level 380?
Gotta love that look at the wing from down here.
Control, bonjour, Alpine 903, Papa Hotel, level 90.
Alpine 903, level Hotel, Paris, bonjour, climb 260.
Climb level 2.
Alright, so let's make our way back to the flight deck, and then we can already start working a little bit again. And Nikolai can confirm that the mirror is in 1.0. Alright, thanks for that. So then I just didn't notice that earlier. Look, over here and over here, while we're walking up front. That's got to be the new lock system in action. And we just heard a CPDLC message here, so let's just start working on that. Okay, contact round 133005. Wilco send.
Paris, bonjour, Vista, Germany, 04 number. 128, decimal 725, that's 042.
Negative 128 275.
128, 275, that's 042.
Yeah, with 8 Juliet uniform, out bonjour identified. With 332 leaving my space, London is offline, monitor advisory 128.
Roger, uniform, watch to the side.
Control, bonjour.
He seems rather busy. So, beautiful look at the mountains. That's got to be the Mont Blanc over here. Then Geneva's got to be somewhere down here beneath the clouds. We're not in a hurry to call him. Not in a hurry at all. If there's one thing that I learned flying long haul, it's, you know, take your time. Take your time for everything.
321 correct.
And someone with a Cyrillic name, my apologies for not being able to pronounce that. Why are the seats A, C, D, E from the left to the right? Where is B? B is back in economy class. Comms, bonjour, Wings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, flight level 390.
Going 5 Bravo Lima out, bonjour, you are already leaving my airspace, unfortunately, monitor advisory 128, bye-bye.
1228, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, bye. Okay, that was quick.
Eurowings 223, radio flight,
223, correct?
So, 122 point...
Thank you.
8.
Contact 219 at 1 rated, you can find the way to 80.
Okay, so we're approaching the Alps. That means that we do have some high MSA areas coming up. We don't need any terrain escape procedures. MSA, according to the chart here, 17.4, over here 16.6, 18.2 even, where we are flying along. You'll notice that the Mora gives us 18.2 as well, but note that the Mora is not always identical with the MSA, so there's always that to be aware of. I'll stay on terrain while we're flying across the Alps now. Thank you very much. CPDLC terminated. Close. Thank you. So I'll stay on terrain, and if any decompression happens, we'll mess off to the right-hand side, which is where the flat terrain is. So left side high terrain, right side flat terrain. Alright, and that's all I gotta say about this. I'll leave it like that so that we can see the MSA for the time being. Cool. Airbus vPilot asks in the chat, what are your graphic settings right now? Pretty much unchanged to my previous time where I did the video on my graphic settings. Pretty much unchanged. And Captain Paramo in the chat, Emmanuel, the takeoff rotation keeps feeling like a rocket, even though your takeoff weight is high. This plane is known for its long rotation process. Was this reported? Well, where do you get that information from, that it's known for its long rotation process? I do believe that this is very much a misconception among flight simmers. The Flight Crew Technique Manual clearly states you're supposed to rotate at about 2.5 degrees a second. Now there is a small change between the A330 and the A340 there. So let me open the actual manual and tell you. Can't show you, unfortunately, you can imagine why. I do want to keep my job for a time. But let me quickly open that and tell you directly from the manual. So, takeoff and rotation. here we go. I'll read it to you directly. To initiate the rotation, the flight crew performs a positive backward stick input. When the rotation is initiated, flight crew achieves a rotation rate of approximately 3 degrees per second, 2.5 on A340s, resulting in a continuous pitch increase. During the rotation, the aircraft liftoff occurs at about 10 degrees of pitch, typically around 4 to 5 seconds after the initiation of the rotation. So that's what it says. And in the very next paragraph, a slow rotation rate or an under rotation below the takeoff pitch target has an impact on takeoff performance, referred to the below graphics. Now, let me give you an idea of what's happening there. If you are supposed to rotate at 2.5 degrees per second. If you rotate at only 2 degrees per second, so if you rotate slow, which is indeed what we see quite some A340 pilots do on YouTube videos, which they are not supposed to do according to the manual. If you do that, you need an additional 300 meters, 1,000 feet, to reach your 35 feet altitude. That's the difference of half a degree per second. So don't do this. And therefore the conception among flight simmers that you have to rotate slow in an A340 is just wrong. The manuals clearly state different. What the hell? What is it doing? 44,000 feet? I think I hit the Y key. Fuck's sake, did I accidentally enter slew mode? Sometimes the sim is annoying. Thrust descent altitude 390 blue. And we'll just re-enter 390 as cruise level. Here we go. I need to unassign my key to go into slew mode. I need to unassign that thing. Okay, so let's get back down to cruise level. Hope that nobody else in the meantime got to that level. And then we'll just hide underneath the next rock. Okay, no, I need to be careful. There are mountains around. I need to be careful saying that. And then I'm gonna hide underneath the next rock for accidentally entering slew mode and gaining some 5,000 feet. Whoopsie. And Captain Paramo, the thing is the airplane unsticks from the ground just right when you put the stick back, even on 2 degrees. I haven't noticed that. If you rewind the stream, you will find it lifted off somewhere around 7 degrees or so. Now that is a little bit too early, I do agree on that, but you know, that's just 2.5 degrees different. We probably rotated a bit too quick as well, because I find it much easier to rotate in the real world than I do in the sim. In the sim, I start taking the stick back. By the way, that applies to pretty much any airplane now. I'm taking the stick back, and the thing starts climbing with, you know, by the way, Mach vertical speed. And the thing starts unsticking immediately. I don't know why that is in flight simulators. It's definitely not supposed to be. In the real world, when you look at the cross on the PFD, you pull the cross to about 7.5, and when you go above that, that's when the nose normally unsticks. And anti-cooperative, right now I still have that Mosa, but I'll have to return it in 2 days. Okay, so, Omax, please give us your opinion because I trust you. Do you recommend this aircraft or not? All crew star. I absolutely do. But let me give you reasons. I don't like just saying yes or no, because obviously everybody will have different ideas. So let me give you my line of thought as to why I recommend it. I do find that to be a little bit, you know, a nicer answer. And a more honest answer as well. So, if you just really like Airbus widebody aircraft, which I absolutely do. If you just really like Airbus widebody aircraft, then this is going to be your thing. If you are more like, well, I'm not going to fly Airbus too much, it would be nice for a couple of trips, but then I'm just going to go back to my A320 or whatever, then I would say, nah, might be a little bit expensive for what you get. Just use the default A330, gets close enough. Obviously, the A340 is similar to the A330. It has 2 more engines, it has a couple of system differences, which are of course all modeled, but during normal ops you only feel so much of it. Where the airplane really shines is the EIS-1 instruments, which are just fantastic. I just absolutely love those. And on top of that, it just flies nice, it supports time acceleration so that I can do my proper long hauls with it that are rather difficult in the A330 because it doesn't support time acceleration. So those are my main arguments for the A340. And of course the fact that it's an A340, not an A330. But those are kind of my main arguments over here. And if you say that you're an Airbus lover, then absolutely worth it. If you say, nah, I might be flying it for, you know, a week or so and then I'm going back to another airplane, then I would say maybe the price is a little bit high for what you get. But only then. And Delta Aviation, my favorite real-world airports. Difficult question. I would say probably my home base, because once I've landed there, it means I'm going home. You know, there are so many nice places, but favorites? I think I reached a point in my career where I don't really care too much anymore. You know, you fly there and you go to the hotel. If you ask me which one my favorite hotel is, that's a different question. But we're not allowed to talk about crew hotels because, you know, they want to ensure that we've got privacy for the crews. Okay, so let's see. Currently the next ATC that's online is actually no en route center. For this reason, let's fly direct to the FIR border. So, direct to Vatia. And with the beam points, please, because we'll have to do a fuel check soon. And then data, ETP. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Let's rather talk about something else that they've added to the airplane with the 1.01 update, and that is time markers. So, right now it's 1350. Let's say we want to see where we're going to be at 1400. We just enter 1400, put that in here. And you can see now there is a 1400 marker over there. Let's do like 1403 to be able to see it better. Here you go, time markers, now added to the airplane. Very useful stuff when you need to know when to call for oceanic clearance, when to call for entry clearance into an airspace, when to turn the seatbelt signs on, you know, that kind of stuff. And if you want to get rid of them again, clear, remove, thanks, clear, remove, thanks. Easy going. So the only thing that's really missing to do proper long hauls now and proper oceanic procedures are offsets, which are going to be added hopefully very soon. But they are already working on that kind of stuff. And Scholz asked in the comments, are those time markers a feature in all Airbus aircraft? I've never seen that before. Except for the A300 and A310, yes. Or they can all do that. And Ben Doyle, I tried to use time acceleration on the A350 on Xbox, but it immediately goes back to normal speed. Do you think there is a system problem? I don't know for sure. I think it returns to normal speed when your frame rates drop too low, so maybe, depending on which Xbox version you have, but that is pure guess in games right now, because I don't have Xbox, but maybe it depends on the version of Xbox that you have. Perhaps the weakest one isn't able to support time acceleration, but that's just guessing. And Andreas, would I consider to take on a public role for the airline such as Pascal or Aeronews Germany? No. Now, you know, flying one of those Pilot Eye or Just Planes videos might be interesting to do once, but those PR jobs, they come with so many additional duties. Like, you gotta go to all those strange shows, and you do that on your own cost, of course. Then you always gotta pose for photos and videos and all that kind of stuff. No, that wouldn't be interesting to me. There are some other ground roles that I might be interested in, but I am not going to apply for a job as PR crew. And Master Maxio, am I planning any X-Plane 12 videos? No, not anytime soon. Just not my sim. By the way, we did have a couple of CPDLC messages again. Let's just clear that company message prompt. Thank you, bye-bye. Thank you, bye-bye. And here we go. Already clear. Good. And Harvey XWB, why do some airlines choose not to use the heads-up display on the A350? Because it's not necessary. The main benefit of the heads-up display is that you can do manual operation at very low visibilities, but HUDs are expensive. A head-up display for an Airbus costs like 250 to 400,000 bucks, depending on the level of certification you want. So for this reason, unless you regularly fly in an airspace where very low visibilities are encountered, the HUD is usually not worth it. In terms of safety, it doesn't add that much. So we're an hour into the flight. We haven't actually reviewed the econ yet, so let's actually do that now. Engine page. Looks all good. Bleed page. Looks good. When I'm saying looks good, what are we actually looking for on those pages? Basically anything out of the ordinary. If the pressure was very low on any one of those systems, or if a high pressure valve was open in cruise, you know, that's the kind of stuff that you're trying to see here. Pressurization page, let's see, one of the outflow valves was open. Or maybe the safety valve was showing slightly open. You know, that kind of stuff. That's what you're looking for. Now here's something. Very low usage of the generator number 4. On the other hand side, working. Yeah, we got like 4 of them. On the A330 you normally have them between 20 and 30%, usually towards 20, so I suppose with 4 generators they're going to be used even less. Sometimes what you get on the LXDC page is that a battery is crossed out. Put that in the technical logbook, but normally it recovers itself like really quickly. So normally there isn't much to worry about there. So hydraulics, all looking good. APU, nothing on there, surprise. Temperatures, 21 is normally a little bit too cold in aircraft. In aircraft people usually want to see something like 24 degrees. 24, 25, 26. Those are the temperatures where the passengers feel happy. It's different than it is on the ground. On the ground, people always say 21 degrees is where people are indifferent. In aircraft, you'll need a little bit more. Now, the brakes shouldn't show negative temperatures. The sensor scale ends at 0 in the real world. Flight control page. Also something that you always want to have a look at to see if any control surface may be permanently deflected. Let's say if one of the ailerons was permanently deflected or one of the rudders, that might indicate a possible damage somewhere on the fuselage that the airplane needs to counter. Alright, and the fuel page, probably the most important of them all. We're checking that we've got equal fuel distribution. Then fuel on board plus fuel used should always equal the amount that you've uplifted. That kind of stuff. Alright, cool. So, that's the general part over here that we had to do. Oh, and I just got a message from my airline. Remember, I'm on standby right now. Quickly gotta read what that is. Give me a second here. Huh, they changed my roster for tomorrow. They want to make me go fly. We'll see about that. Okay. Acknowledged. So I'm gonna go flying tomorrow. Which unfortunately means that we can't do the flight back home. Originally I wanted to do the flight back from Ibiza, but if I'm flying tomorrow, then I should probably not be staying up that long. Okay, so be it. And Adrian, thank you so much for the donation. Hello Emmanuel, wanted to say thank you for all your videos and for all the things that you've shown. I'm a former pilot and maybe I'll see you in ATIS soon. Yeah, absolutely. Just gotta do something off screen here, my apologies. Just gotta check something off screen real quick. That's the thing that's happening when you're streaming while you're on standby duty. Give me a second. Alright, so I'm fully back with you guys again. Looking into the chat down there, you guys are nice. Just tell them that you will do the flight in the sim. Now there was an occasion where they called me and I was recording something at the same time, but I was in cruise, so I didn't have to, I didn't have to actively do something on the sim, so it was my off day, but so I could pick it up. And on the phone they were like, "Are you in an airplane right now?" I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just playing computer games. Not doing anything on my, not doing anything with my legal rest time over here. Now, Roy asked in the chat, do you mind explaining the hydraulic page on the eCam, especially the most important info? Hell yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. So, the hydraulic page. Most important is what you got down here. That's the quantities in the hydraulic reservoirs. So how much hydraulic fluid do you have? Depending on the phase of the flight, let me make that one large by the way. Depending on the phase of the flight, those quantities can vary. So you've got that green box telling you in which range the normal hydraulic quantity would be. For example, right now we got a little bit less on the green system than on the blue and the yellow, which is because the landing gear is retracted. So retracting the landing gear uses hydraulic fluid that is then bound in the system to keep the landing gear up. Therefore, the target hydraulic fluid is a little bit lower right now. Above that, we got the pumps, which should of course be operating, but you know that's nothing that you really need to worry about. And then you got the operating pressures, somewhere close to 3,000, a little bit less, a little bit more, no problem at all. But most importantly, really you have the hydraulic reservoir quantities, such as how much hydraulic quantity do you still have on board. And apart from that, there isn't really much to take care of on this page. What's interesting is if all hydraulic systems go down, then you got the RAT operating, and that's going to deliver an hydraulic pressure as well, which will be shown beneath the RAT. And that one can actually go up to, well, I think I might be wrong there. I think it goes up to 5,000 psi. But usually when you're flying slow speeds, it's more like 2,000 or so. And that pressurizes the green system. Then from the green system, you can power the emergency generator. Okay, that's not shown here by standard, but through the hydraulic green system, you can power the emergency generator, which then generates electricity. But yeah, the only important thing on that page, in my opinion, as long as everything is working, is the quantity. The rest of it, if anything is out of the norm, you're gonna get an ECAM. Now, Abu Bakr, that's a very good question there. How do you stay awake during long night flights? Well, the most important thing is that you have to get enough rest and enough sleep before your duty. So, night flights are normally the flights where we are returning back home, because most of our flights go from Europe to North America. And when we're going back home, then we are flying through the night. So what I usually do is to go to sleep like 4.5 to 5 hours before pickup. Pickup means that the crew is collected from the bus or from the hotel with the bus to the airport. So 4.5 to 5 hours before pickup, I normally go to sleep, and then I set my alarm clock an hour and a half before I have pickup, so that I can, take a shower, get myself dressed, study the flight plan, and then like 10-15 minutes prior to pickup, we meet in the crew room, or rather in the hotel lounge, discuss the flight plan, decide the fuel quantity, and then off to the bus and to the plane. Now, when we depart, then we are going to take off, up to cruise, do the paperwork, discuss whatever is important along our route, and once all of that is done, we would usually eat something like an hour and a half or 2 hours after takeoff, and then it depends a little bit how well you're getting along with whom you're flying with. Normally we get along very well, so you're chatting a little bit, or let's say you're flying out to the Atlantic, then you normally wait until you're actually inside transatlantic airspace, and then you do what's called controlled rest. So when you feel a little bit tired and your colleague does not, and you do this in a preemptive way, not when you get tired already. I'm sorry, I'm doing two things at the same time here. So once we're out in an area where things are not busy, so Northern Canadian airspace, transatlantic, Africa, then you do controlled rest, and that basically means that if the other pilot is fully awake, then the other guy can sleep for usually 45 minutes-ish. And well, then the other guy gets up, and if you start getting tired, then you might take a nap of those 45 minutes. But something that I really have to say is, when you sit in an airplane, you have that basic level of adrenaline that is just there. That actually doesn't make it too difficult to stay awake. So normally on a long haul I would nap like 1 or 2 times. And when you're getting closer to your top of descent, then the adrenaline starts kicking in to a certain extent anyway, so that you are not going to be that tired. And Michael Underwood, my favorite thing at American airports is that the McDonald's tastes better. Well, there is one airport, I'm not going to say which one, that has a restaurant directly opposite of our standard gate. I always go to that restaurant and order food for the entire crew, and they can actually deliver it directly to your gate, so that you just have to collect it from the airplane door. That's nice. That is nice. And Christopher, yes, 3 minutes of separation are absolutely fine. You need 10 nautical miles. And going 450 knots, you're already covering like 7 miles a minute. So 3 minutes is more than fine. But if you look down here, on our TCAS, you can see that there is a whole bunch of traffic coming in behind us. At this point I'm really happy we're flying an A340. That thing goes over Mach 0.8. So we are flying faster than all those 737s and A320s. But yeah, that will be a little bit of separation to come for the en route controller. But we're gonna wait until we get contact me, and then we will deal with it when the time comes. What we can do already though is to grab ourselves the arrival ATIS and see what they're actually doing. So ATIS, Ibiza arrival, and then we're also gonna get the Barcelona arrival. And I'll also get Valencia, which is like the last resort, the last option that we have there. Okay. The star should go away once the message request is sent, but let's see. Oh yeah, here it comes already. So, Ibiza currently has no ATIS online, huh? Neither does Valencia. Okay, Barcelona runway 6 is in use, then we can assume the same for Ibiza. And one thing that we can still do, go over here, AOC menu and weather, and we'll just grab the latest to see if there is any thunderstorms over there yet. So Ibiza, 1400, so that's 10 minutes old. 070 at 11, slightly variable, 10 kilometers, thunderstorms in the vicinity, scattered 1600, scattered 2700 CVs, 23 degrees, 1020. Here we go. And tempo, showers of rain, thunderstorms, few CVs. Okay. So be it. Alright, cool. So let's just quickly do some approach preparation so that we've got that stuff out of the way. Thanks God, yeah, Ibiza is definitely busy. The closing party events are always a pleasure to go into, but always include holdings as well. That's the way that Cross the Pond used to be 10 years ago. Nowadays they got that under a little bit more control. Got that landing runway 06, perfect. So it's going to be the ILS Zulu approach there. And Charlie, thank you very much for being here. See you next time. Alright, so let's go ahead and start doing a little bit of a setup over here. No, not the engine page. So, charts, Ibiza, search. We need the ground chart, we need the stars runway 6, we need the ILS Zulu runway 6. And we'll grab the airfield chart. I'll actually tell you what, we'll grab the minimum radar chart as well, because that, well, we're flying to Spain. And Spain has proven in the real world a lot of times that they're not as capable as other countries are. Whenever I'm flying to Spain in the real world, I always see ATC as a threat. That's nothing against any VATSIM controllers or so, it's real world. You always mess up the separation. Recently been there again on the A330. The guy behind had to go around because they forgot that I was flying a wide body. Normally when we hear that call sign, it's always an A320. Yeah, I don't care. I don't say heavy for a reason, you know? Okay, so let's go ahead and have a look. Coming in over Poyenza. So Poyenza above level 100 is correct. Then we continue via Mallorca to Nelux above 4,500. And we got that. And then we continue via 920 into the downwind until we're eventually turning to the final. Where is that inset? Here it is. Towards DMF. And yeah, that's pretty much what this looks like. Cool, so that looks exactly like it does on the chart. Then we've got the ILS Zulu approach to runway 06 up here. And that starts at 9.1 DME and 3000 on a 3-degree glide. So, Osnox, and thereafter we'll have the descent point. Then at 6 miles we track 2000, which checks, and then for the go around straight at 2 DME, maximum 185, right turn 172 until 7 DME, then join the 9 DME arc until radial 150. That looks correct, below 2,500 feet, and then join the radial 163 outbound, climbing 3000. Okay. Yeah, that looks about correct. So we'll need EBA for that. Ibiza 06. For the descent, we are number 1 in the sequence, so let's just do Mach 80 and 300 knots on conversion. At least I assume that we're going to be number 1 because of all those aircraft behind us. When you look at that bulk of aircraft back here, all flying towards Ibiza, then I'm fairly sure we will be number 1. So let's go for the destination weather. We don't have an ATIS, that is fine. So let's just pick it up over here again. Okay, 13258. Contact me.
Control, runner 51 Bravo.
Ryder 51 Bravo, Barcelona control, squawk 440.
So 07011, temperature 23 and 1020. So we'll keep config full because it's a rather short runway. We want to take the first exit if we can, so that they can do another takeoff behind us.
Arrival, expect ILS Solar runway 06 left.
Then we need a minimum
We might arrive and expect
260.
Zulu runway 06 left. Contact straight liner.
Barcelona, Buenos Aires, 0 wings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, flight level 390.
0 wing 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, Barcelona control, hello, Yankee Papa Oscar Sierra 4 Victor arrival, expect the ILS Zulu runway 06.
Good Poyenza for Victor arrival from ILS Zulu runway 06, 0 wings 5 Bravo Lima. Alright, cool. Alpha Polo, what's the standard flap setting for landing? Well, config 3, and then you use full if operationally required. Note that quite some A340 pilots are going to tell you the other way around. I really don't know why. The plane lands perfectly fine at flaps 30, well, flaps 3, see, 737. But yeah, some Airbus pilots will tell you full is the standard, but the manuals say different. The manuals say config 3 is the standard and full when operationally required. Today we got 2,800 meters runway, but I want to vacate Echo 4. For this reason we'll be using full. Don't want to go all the way to Echo 3, because that way, when we are quickly vacating into Echo 4, they will be able to make someone take off behind us. They need 5 miles separation behind us anyway, because we're a heavy aircraft, and then they can use that to make someone take off. So that way we will be supporting ATC there. Okay, so 2,800 is the MSA, 2,500 the initial go-around altitude. That means we'll use 2,500 for the single-engine acceleration altitude. And we've got an hour and 3 minutes extra fuel, so absolutely fine. And with the thunderstorms in the area, that may just about the right thing to have, really. Okay, auto brake low. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of math. So, landing performance, synchronized FMS, synchronized weather. 0701322, yeah, well, let's use a little bit less wind, please. Just give me 5 knots there, and 23 degrees, 1020. Aerobic condition wet, config full, and let's use 5 knots of V-pilot as well. Okay, landing technique manual, brake mode low, reverse yes, and compute. So, 652 meters stop margin, landing distance required 1,900 roughly, and with those 1,900 we should be able to hit Echo 4.
Color 2 Echo Tango Barcelona control, hello.
No, if we go down here we can see that from Echo 3 we've got 2,350 meters, with 2,800 being the full runway, and this distance here is roughly the same as this distance here. So you can say that those are about 500 meters, so we should be able to vacate perfectly into Echo 4.
Eurowings 223 Barcelona control, hello, reduce
and Adrian, I think that Pendular is recruiting pilots who don't speak German, but I'm not sure about other airlines. Lufthansa requires German as far as I'm aware. And I think TUI does as well, and that's already all the German airlines.
6490, reduce the speed at decimal 77 or less. 77 or less, 6490. Ryder 51 Bravo, fly direct to Solid. Correction, fly direct to DMIP.
DMIP, flight 1 Bravo.
Europa 1062 request descent.
Europa 1062, descent flight level.
Okay, so let's start with the approach briefing, please. We've done all the setup. So we'll be following the Coyenza for Victor arrival for an ILS Zulu runway 06. The approach starts from 3000, MSA 2800, minimum 260. Go around is to the right hand side, following the FMS routing, and our go-around altitude is 2,500 feet. Extra fuel on time is an hour. Okay, so you can see I'm going slow. We're flying a wide body, long haul aircraft. Do everything slow, please. So for the approach, we'll be using flat rector guidance for an ILS approach. Idle reverse, auto brake low, vacate on Echo 4, and then off to the left hand side. Then I've got no idea where they are going to park us. I would assume that with an event as busy as this, the terminal is going to be busy, so if they put us onto any outside position, we can accept those, but we got to make sure that there is no aircraft on the adjacent positions, because they don't have wide body outside positions in Ibiza, as far as I'm aware. So a little bit careful that we don't damage our wings and engines, especially the outer ones, and yeah, that's really all that we can say about this. I've got nothing special. I've got nothing non-standard. Threats for the arrival, Spanish ATC, as mentioned earlier, in the real world, Spain doesn't have the best air traffic controllers. In the real world, any and all of losses of separation that I've experienced in the real world happened in Spain. So careful look at what the ATC is doing, and we'll support them where needed. When we don't think a clearance is appropriate, tell them, and then they will have to issue an alternative clearance. Alright, and I think that's really everything that I can say about this. Do you have any questions? No? Okay.
Cleared quarter 3, Victor Arrival, projectiles moving runway 06,
Alright, cool. So let's actually use a moment here to look into the AOI for the airport as well.
Can
we actually switch between the different pages somehow?
12665, Condor 9 Foxtrot, thank you, good day.
Scandinavian 8 Foxtrot, Quebec, Barcelona 126.650.
Okay, that is a pity, because there would definitely be more pages than just this one. Okay, well then I'm gonna have to use this. So, Ibiza, charts, airport, AOI. So let's quickly check if there is anything important in there that we should know. For example, Palma has standard approach speeds that ATC expects you to follow unless you're assigned something different. So up there, ops hours not interesting to us, not interesting to us, not interesting to us. Next page. So aircraft with a wingspan of 52 meters or more must enter or exit the apron via gate Golf 1 only. Let's see where that is. So Golf 1 is that one. That means we can't enter via Golf 2, we have to go all the way and then into Golf 1. When runway 06 is in use, code letter Echo aircraft, gate 1. Yeah, that's what we know. Aircraft after code Delta, not interesting to us. Okay, that's interesting. For runway 06, all aircraft should exit the apron via gate 1, but we got a report unable to enter via Golf 2 due to wingspan. That means they'll have to handle us non-standard there. I think we can park on 18 though, so Tango onto 18 should work as well. So, operation, traffic notes, not available for code letter Foxtrot, we aren't. So, let's just go down arrival. Okay, maximum 210 according to speed limits over waypoints of the star. Oh yeah, here are the standard speeds. Those were what I was looking for. Maximum 210 at 12, maximum 190 at 9, maximum 160 at 4, or equivalent system from threshold in case of DME, ILS, US. Okay, so that's the same as it is in Palma. 210 at 12, 190 at 9, and 160 at 4. Okay, good. That's all just com failure, not going to be interesting for us. We're not going to fly a traffic pattern. ATC will not provide EAT to aircraft holding on approach as long as the holding time does not exceed 10 minutes. That's good, so if they don't tell us an EAT later on, then we now know why. Noise abatement, do not use more than idle reverse at night time. Use of APU restricted to 2 minutes after on-block time. Exceptions if the stand is not equipped with AC power and mobile GPU not available. If air conditioning is required and no ACU available. That will probably be the case if we don't get parked at the terminal. So if we go into any of those outside stands, we'll probably not have an air conditioning unit available. Alright, fine. We can handle that. Okay, great.
So
let's quickly say bye-bye to our passengers before anything further happens here with ATC. Liebe Gäste aus dem Cockpit, hier Kapitän mit einem kleinen Update. Wir werden in den nächsten Minuten unsere Reiseflug verlassen, den Sinkflug in Ibiza beginnen. Flugzeit jetzt noch circa 35 Minuten plus mögliche Verspätung auf der lokalen Verkehrslage. Wetter in Ibiza, derzeit einige Regenschauer, die Temperatur 23 Grad. Wir bedanken uns ganz herzlich, dass Sie heute unsere Gäste waren, wünschen Ihnen einen schönen Aufenthalt und einen guten Weiterflug. Und wenn es etwas gibt, womit wir den schneller gestalten wollen, so ganz herzlich. Vielen Dank für die Aufmerksamkeit. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Vortex, this is your captain speaking. We will start our descent towards Ibiza in the next couple of minutes. The weather in Ibiza at the moment, some showers of rain and a temperature of 23 degrees. Thank you very much for choosing Eurowings for today's flight. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board of a future flight. Until then, thank you very much. We are wishing you unforgettable holidays and hope to see you all again soon. Alright. Cool. So that's about it. No descent checklist over here? Then we're done with everything. I like it. Alessandro, how's the
Barcelona, good day, Control 5 November.
compared to the A330?
5 November, Barcelona, hello.
Well, the A330 is quite a bit more GPU intensive, but it has a lot more complex model as well.
Cleared, Papa Oscar Sierra
Oscar, is
for
that
arrival.
included to the airplane or is it an add-on? That's included.
Zulu.
Eurowings Nana Tango, you're cleared for the Papa Oscar Sierra for Victor arrival. Expect ILS to the runway 06.
Yeah, I would say so.
Expect Toyota for Victor arrival.
I would certainly say so, because
You're in line.
even with normal A to B flights,
Bravo Lima, contact Barcelona 126.65. Zero, good evening.
12665, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, bye bye.
Device state, we are ready.
Device 268, yes, I finally have contact with you. Descent flight level 250.
Sending to flight level 250.
Barcelona, Buenos Aires, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, heavy, flight level 390.
First, Scandinavian 8 Fox to Quebec, descent flight level 260.
260,
Condor 9 Fox at Yankee with speed Mach 0.66, descent flight level 250.
Descent level 250.66, Condor 9 Fox.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima identified, cleared Poyenza 4 Victor arrival. Expect ILS Zulu approaching in the 06, descent flight level 250.
Clear Poyenza 4 Victor arrival for an ILS Zulu runway 06, descending now, flight level 260, confirm?
Affirm.
Okay. First descent, hold flight level 260 blue. Okay, so let's see, arriving at 56, so we're a half an hour before landing, seatbelt signs on. So let's see how the weather is going to develop on that way in, and also tell me why that Mora still reads level 182, which is definitely not correct over here anymore. Should be something like 8,000, I believe, with those mountains in Mallorca. Let's see. Mountains up to 3,800. 2,700. Interesting. Yeah, that looks more believable. And mountains up to 3,000, well, roughly 4,000, so the Mora should be 7,000. Okay. Now, that looks interesting over there. Because if that stays red, we're definitely not flying through it, and I have a feeling once we start doing weather avoidance, controllers might not be happy.
And 5 Fox, Papa Foxtrot, contact Palma Control, 118 decimal 125, adios.
And Matt, very good question. Is Spanish ATC better in VATSIM than real life? I probably wouldn't say so.
Very good afternoon. Scandinavian 11 Mike, on the ground at the counter, gate 35, we're at pushing 5.
Scandinavian 11 Mike, pushing 5 through Cuneight 1027.
It's quite a bit better than the A350 on my side. More like the default A330. And Frankfurt traffic, I don't have experience with Airbus 24 on Xbox, sorry.
And 51 Bravo,
And
Barcelona,
Niels,
we're
could
going to
I
identify
summarize the main
clear
changes concerning the
Poyensa 4
update?
Victor.
Yes, absolutely. So we mostly have smaller system fixes. We have a couple additions, like the equal time points function over here. We have time markers added to the flight plan, and we've got the Mora. Well, they said fixed. It's not entirely fixed yet, but it's at least not showing something that's too low anymore. Now it's rather too high than too low. Apart from that, there's lots of smaller fixes to the systems that I do really appreciate. And that's really it.
Okay, 99819 descent flight level 250.
And the sounds were remixed. You will probably have noticed that I didn't change the sound level at all. Alright, about to enter some clouds here. Engine anti-ice on. And engine anti-ice is on.
Scandinavian 8 Foxtrot Quebec, reduce speed, Mach 0.60.
Darius, are we also doing a return flight? I would have loved to, but since I got activated from my standby for tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to go to bed early, so the return flight is not going to happen today. Sorry for that.
Super, thank you.
Control, that is Jet 2811, would like to continue the
And Jackie Chan, what's our call sign? It's Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Flight level 90.
And Darius, we're flying, well, in the real world I can't say, because, you know, destinations usually go rather hand in hand with company.
Itaro 076, contact Barcelona control 132.580.
Now, Funker Traffic, you have so much stuff in your community folder compared to me. Doesn't that cause much lag? Not really. The sim is pretty good at just loading what it needs to. So, that descent actually looks like we could go down a little bit steeper. Let's actually just do some comparisons here. So Nelox above 4.5. Well, let's change that. Let's do Nelox at 10,000. Wants to be in almost level 200 here. Well, let's change that. Slash 100, that should give us a little bit more realistic descent profile.
Yes, but it's getting very busy behind you. I need to clear some airspace.
So guys, for those of you flying behind me, that may be something you guys could do as well. Since you've got the entire transition in there, and since it doesn't contain any tops for levels, I would recommend that you actually change the Nelox restriction to something lower. You know, within 25 miles from the airport, Nelox is just outside that. Probably 10,000 feet is a good level. If you do that, you will get a little more realistic descent profile here.
Poyensa 4 Victor arrival. Expect ATIS Zulu approach runway 06. Descent flight level 270.
Keep 4 Victor arrival to ILS runway Zulu to runway 06. Descent level 270 Eurowings 223.
Okay, so looks like all that weather has actually gone away. Yep. So that CB has dissipated. I like that. Because on an event like this, I would really not like to ask for radar vectors to avoid weather.
Alpha, I think you are at the wrong sector.
Yes, I fully agree. I'm also hoping that iniBuilds is going to improve the landing sounds.
The third time I've get past a lot.
And London, the A340 is going to update automatically as soon as Microsoft releases the updates on Marketplace.
I cover 245 and up in that sector.
Yeah, but I think I'm coming from 118, 125 to the next one.
Oscar Echo Foxtrot Alpha Alpha, confirm your plan and maximum flight level?
I think what's the deal?
Oscar Echo Foxtrot Alpha Alpha copied, yeah. Step short. You can continue, go to coordinate.
That was nice. Did you guys just listen to that ATC conversation?
Iberia 31 Alpha Papa, Barcelona Magones identified, flight level 306.
Excellent question.
Climb
Could a
level
pilot bring a pizza to
300,
the flight? For
311,
example, during
Papa.
cruise eating pizza? Yeah, absolutely. I've done that in the past.
Adios.
Nowadays I don't do that any longer because there's always some business class meals left, but when I used to fly at my old airline, I brought pizza rather often. Because we had to bring our own food anyway. And you're not gonna cook something when you're flying, 12 hours for every day for 5 days in a row. At some point you're just like, yeah, okay, I'm just gonna order pizza and then I'll just order an additional one that I'm going to bring to the flight the next day. I've done that.
Scandinavia 1 Mike, taxi on the point, and J over Delta.
Speed, vertical speed. 1000 to go. So we should be right over Mallorca. Indeed, there is some Mallorca visible down there. But nothing further. That's got to be the CB that we saw earlier. Amazing visuals, by the way, aren't they?
R01, viento 060, quedadas 8 nudos, pista 065 izquierda, autorizar despegar, posterior mantenga propio navegación, mantenga escucha para informaciones de tránsito.
And Matt, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a pilot spill their food or drinks over the instruments. We are really careful with that. For example, when they give us the food, it always has to be on a tray, and you always put that directly onto the table. When they give you drinks, they always have to be given from the side, so they always have to give you the drinks along the windows, so that you can't spill them over the instruments. We're really careful with that. So I've actually never seen a pilot spill liquids over the panels, except for that one case where an instructor wanted to show me something, but that's a different story. Okay, engine anti-ice off.
Airbus 270 Alpha, reduce speed Mach 0.66.
Vielleicht 270 Alpha und 270 Mach 0.66.
de Lumos, nivel de vuelo 310 ascendiendo a 036 espacio aéreo.
761 Echo, pues todavía estarías muy corto conmigo.
Okay, so stuck in flight level 260, but that's fine with me. They will tell us when they want us to descend any further. And Sonic's Toaster, I'm only on YouTube at the moment, not on Twitch.
Echo Charlie Alpha Bravo 2, Barcelona, muy buenas, contacte con Palma, aproximación 119,155, adiós.
Contactamos con Palma, aproximación 119,155, gracias, chao.
Okay, a little bit of rain over there. From that high level, not very realistic, by the way. It would evaporize like halfway down. And Sonic's Toaster, you can ask any question if you want. I will answer it when I know the answer. And Frankfurt Traffics, I haven't planned streaming on Twitch, no. I like YouTube, it works just fine.
Palma Control, 118-125, adios.
118-125, Eurowings 5, Bravo Lima, adios.
Eurowings 223, descent flight level 250.
250, Eurowings 223.
Scandinavian 8, 4 stroke Quebec, descent flight level 130.
130,
Palma Control, Buenos Tardes, Eurowings 5, Bravo Lima Heavy, flight level 260.
Eurowings 5, Bravo Lima Heavy, Palma Control, buenas tardes, radar contact, descent flight level 150, flight direct access.
Descent flight level 150, direct access, Eurowings 5, Bravo Lima. Okay, thrust descent, alt flight level 150 blue, and direct to Coxas, okay. Here we go, direct to Coxas and insert. What's that ETP about? That's gotta be a bug. Yeah, that is a bug. There is definitely no ETP between Düsseldorf and Lyon over here. Let's see what happens if I re-enter my original destination. Just want to play with this.
Condor 940 Yankee, descent fly level 140.
Descent level 140.
Alright, let's help it a little bit here. Thrust idle open descent. Just want to get myself into a position where they can squeeze me in if they want to.
Speed 220. 5 Papa Foxtrot, descent fly level 110. Descent fly level 110, 5 Papa.
And looking to the chat, Sonic Toaster, I'm afraid I don't really know about changing any bugs relating to changing the altimeter setting there. Best to ask in the iniBuilds Discord. iniBuilds have developed the aircraft.
Expect moving across the 360.
Condor 940 Yankee, speed 220, Polish holding at Coxes.
220 holding established at Coxes.
And anti-cooperative, oh god, I just got reminded that speaking Spanish is also possible under IFR. Totally forgot that. Oh yes. Spanish, Chinese, Portuguese, Russian. I'm just happy that German is not allowed, so that any pilot in Germany is forced to use English.
Cleared Nelu 1 Victor, November 21 trading.
I'm just really happy about that. Okay, so looking at TCAS, the next traffic is like 30 miles in front of us. And I have a feeling that that's going to be the next one relevant for us. So if you keep up the high speed, maybe things are going to go well. And user, oh yeah, French. And Kanu Wärmer, das wäre doch mal was. ATC auf Deutsch. Yeah, honestly, I was forced to use that on a couple of fields when flying VFR, and I hated it. Whenever an airfield was approved for English, even VFR, I would always use English. And Daniel, are we allowed to use Flight Radar 24 as a tool in a real aircraft? Yeah, we are. Obviously not as a tool to avoid collisions or stuff, but if there is an aircraft flying next to you and you want to know the call sign, and you don't have an enhanced TCAS, because the company might want to save some money, then you just open Flight Radar and look it up. Or another reason where I'm using Flight Radar a lot in the real world is when waiting for pushback clearances. When they tell you that you can push behind a certain aircraft, you know, very good idea to look at Flight Radar because the visibility from the flight deck is just really restricted. Or when they tell you that you're waiting for traffic, then I always like to look at Flight Radar as well to see what's going on.
134.25,
And Ethan, I fully agree with you. I'm not a fan of foreign languages on the frequency either, because it is simply bad for situational awareness. I fully agree.
Ibiza, hello, Ryanair 51 Bravo, 250.
Ryanair 51 Bravo, Palma Control, buenas tardes, radar contact, flight direct Coxes, descent flight level 160.
Flight level 160, direct Coxes, 51 Bravo.
Now tell me whatever you want, but we were not able to get the engines that loud when we moved through the cabin. It's just on this point of view, isn't it? And Peter, I will bring the changelog up again after we arrived at our gate.
Scandinavian 8, Foxtrot Quebec, descent flight level 9.
And Einfach Odin, no, I'm not using any weather add-ons. This is defaults. Come on. My camera is blocked once again. That's an annoying speed bug. Okay, speed vertical speed. 1000 to go.
For the moment, maintain 300 knots.
Oh, Ryanair gets 300 knots. He'll have to explain that to his company. For real, when you get a speed like that, that's faster than 245 in Ryanair, you gotta write it down in the flight log. They want to know why you flew faster than cost index 6. Annoying.
Wings 5 Bravo Lima, expect publish holding at Cox's, descent flight level 120.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, descent flight level 120, and say again the other part?
Wings 5 Bravo Lima, expect the publish holding at Cox's.
Expecting the holding as published over Cox's, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Alright, in that case we'll just remain on vertical speed over here.
Condor 9 Airforce 3.
And if he tells us to expect the holding anyway, let's start reducing our speeds. No need to fly fast into a holding. Okay, so published holding at Cox's. Let's see if we can find that anywhere on those charts. And here it is. So Cox's 241 inbound left turns 220 knots maximum, 4000 minimum holding altitude. So Cox's holds. Now in the real world, it would automatically pull that data from the from a database. But it's 241 versus 240, that's not too shabby. But most importantly, it's left turns. And 1 minute lag time is correct. Okay, insert. Vertical speed 0. Let's get that speed down. And Cox's does not have a top altitude restriction, so if we enter that holding a little bit higher than what the VNAV path wants, that's not going to be a problem. Okay, so there is a little bit of terrain over in Ibiza. For that reason, we're going to get the terrain display for that arrival. I'm going to keep the weather radar on my side due to all the thunderstorms that were forecast. However, for the time being, weather actually looks pretty good. I mean, not pretty good for, you know, holidays, but that's why it's a closing party event. But the weather does look pretty good for, you know, your standard, for your standard approaches.
Speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, 51 Bravo.
Number 751 Charlie Tango, turn left heading 200 degrees.
So, this is just about how aerodynamic the A340 is. Look at that trend vector. We're in level flight. It's reducing at 5 knots per 10 seconds. That's incredibly little drag. Or should I say incredibly high idle thrust? You go. Descending level 100, speed 220 knots. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Now here's something I don't understand. Why do they give us a speed restriction in a holding? There's no sense in that. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, can we resume holding speed?
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, yeah, for the moment you can do holding speed.
Thanks, down to holding speed 210, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. As mentioned earlier, there is no need to hold fast. So he did not give us an EAT, that means we should get approach clearance within 10 minutes. Let's start the timer and see if that's actually going to be true.
Climbing level 240, Condor Tango Lima.
We did bring fuel, an hour extra, so let's see how long this is going to take now. What are you doing, TCAS?
51 Bravo, Palma control.
This gentleman is 6,000 feet below. He should definitely not
51 Bravo, go ahead.
Be a red return.
51 Bravo, speed 220 knots.
That's a bug.
We are
I'm going to report that to iniBuilds.
51 Bravo.
And Simao, visibility at Ibiza is horrible at the moment. Yeah, probably some showers moving through. In the south, when thunderstorms are moving through, those things are strong. And visibilities can easily reduce that quickly when you're going through a tropical storm.
Turn left 360 degrees, November, 1 cherry takeoff.
Ibiza Hello, Ibiza Free and get 8,000 feet.
Alright.
Wizard 3 Yankee, Palma Control, buenas tardes, radar contact.
So down into the hold, and then let's see how long it's gonna take. And LM, no, this is not Rex Atmos, this is Default Simulator. And see now, we will probably be doing a standard Cat 1 approach.
015 Bravo Lima, descent flight level 90, contact Palma Control, frequency 134.825, bye bye.
134.825, descending flight level 90, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, bye bye.
Approach, Buenos Dias, Edelweiss 270 Alpha, flight level 250, overhead.
Control Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy.
Edelweiss 5 Bravo Lima, hello, rear contact, I will call you. Brave break, Scandinavian 8.
Edelweiss, no window, Edelweiss.
Kinet is 1020. Ocean 530 Zulu. Condor 8, Crescent Condor 9 Foxtrot Yankee, descent altitude 6,000 feet, Kinet is 1021.
And Maximilian, no, the update is not live yet. It has already been submitted to Marketplace, but you know how long the intake process takes.
All stations are Ibiza, new QNH is 1021.
Okay, QNH 1021. Let's just pre-select that.
Runway 06.
6A, runway 06, and F5.
Oh, ILS X-ray.
Scandinavian 8 Foxtrot correct, descent altitude 3,000 feet. Fly direct to Snook.
3000 direct of North 8 Foxtrot.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, descent for level 80.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, descending flight level 80. Flight level 80 blue. But we were told ILS Zulu earlier, so if they're changing to X-ray, then they gotta tell us officially. For that reason, I'm not going to care too much about that just yet.
At 5,000, QNH 1021, Colonel Foxtrot Yankee.
Ocean 530 Zulu.
Ocean 530 Zulu, descending to 3,000, sorry.
And Darius, yes, I have photogrammetry on.
Ocean 530 Zulu, copy, fly direct to Coxtech.
So, passing 10,000, light, signs, constraints, LS.
5 Papa Foxtrot at speed 180
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Speed 180, Ryanair 5 Papa Fox.
Alright, GPS primary, high accuracy.
Runway 06.
And that's it.
Ryanair 9819, contact tower 118.505.
So, just out of interest, if I go managed, no, not gonna go below green dot. Thanks, we'll maintain the 215.
Roger, exit hold direct waypoint 9025, Condor 9 Foxtrot Yankee.
Authorize the catch runway 06, Ryanair 5 Papa Fox.
Ryanair 5 Papa Foxtrot, Roger.
And Frankfurt traffic, isn't FX24 and VATSIM really overpowered when practicing to become a pilot?
Ocean 530 Zulu,
No, not at all.
4,000 feet.
4,530 Zulu.
Ooh, that was some lovely sprite in front of us. And I'm not talking about any nice drinks, I am talking about lightning exiting the clouds to the top. That's what's called a sprite. That's been added with Sim Update 4. Descent 6,000, QNH 1021, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Hey, flight level 60 blue, set QNH.
Descent 4,000,
QNH 1021, cross check, passing 9,000 now. Okay, so approach checklist please. Barrel ref, QNH 1021. Seatbelts on, minimum, Barrow 260, auto brake, low, engine start selector, norm, approach checklist complete.
505, 160 until 5 miles, Ryanair 5 Papa Fox.
Alright, so let's see if we got any weather update yet. So, Ibiza weather meta request. Let's see.
Go with your question.
That guy is 4,000 feet below.
Runway change it to Ibiza? Well, it will be a good question. Let me check with the tower. Hold on.
Oh.
Climb.
Come on, you stupid. TA only. The guy is 3,000 feet below us.
Hello, Ryanair.
Okay.
Bravo, holding at cockpit.
That was a very valid question if we're expecting a runway change. 230 at 23, gust 45. 300 meters visibility, RVR 1500. Heavy thunderstorms, overcast 400. Yeah, we are expecting a runway change. We are not landing on 06 in those weather conditions. Okay, let's see how long we stay in the holding. I mean, this one is from 46, that's a Specie, not a METAR. But new one will be coming out, like, very soon, so let's see what's going to happen. I think this is just some local cell moving through, so I think the next METAR that's going to come in a couple of minutes might actually have something completely different already. So for the time being, I'm not even going to start setting up for a different runway, because the general weather forecast was for runway 06. Let's actually go ahead and request the TAF and see if that has changed. So, Ibiza, TAF, send. So, let's see, it's now 1500 UTC. And we're looking at tempo 070 at 14, gust 26. No, it would be a mistake if they changed the runway now. It would be a mistake. Even though the current weather is 45 knots of tailwind, what they would have to do is to stop all approaches, put everything into a hold, and wait until the weather cell has passed. What they're seeing right now, what has caused that METAR, what has caused that METAR is that they have, just listening to ATC here, they're sending people to other waypoints. I think they might be switching.
Fully correct, thanks.
I think they're getting themselves into trouble right now. If they switch the runway, that's the wrong call to make. Wait for the next METAR, see what that says. The weather that we are seeing down here right now with those 43 knots tailwind, this very clearly shows, together with the heavy thunderstorms, that there is an active cell over the airport. Those cells take 10 to 15 minutes to move through, and thereafter the weather is going to return to standard again. So it's not going to be long until they will have winds for runway 06 again. And Elias, you are right. If the weather passes, won't the METAR change again? Absolutely it will, but the problem is, changing the runway with an event as busy as this takes half an hour. And if they have to change the runway again half an hour later... Ooh, that was another nice light.
We are going to change the runway because the wind is quite... is now facing to the west, so... Just fly direct.
Okay, I will actually talk to him here in a second.
Roger, we are inbound to DMF Delta Echo Mike Echo Victor and will hold as you said. Command and Fox Yankee.
Approach Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, yeah, maintain 6000, looks like we're going to change the runway. For the moment 6000, hold over the coxes and I will call you.
Yeah, we're maintaining 6000 in the holding. Just to let you know, I think it's a bad idea to change the runway, because that METAR and those winds have clearly been caused by a local weather cell over the airport. Looking at the TAF, it's going to change back in with the next METAR update, so I wouldn't change just yet.
Let me coordinate with the tower, because right now it's 23023 gusting 45, so just let me coordinate with tower.
So yeah, let's see what's going to come out of that. Obviously, VATSIM ATC would probably not have that insight into weather systems that I would have, you know, from work. So I just gave him that info. What they do out of it ain't my problem. If they make me approach runway 24, that's fine, as long as the winds are headwind. But if it changes back to a tailwind, which it should according to the TAF, and I'm pretty sure will as soon as the weather cell is over, then things are going to be a whole different story. So right now, What I would do is to Google for the latest METAR like every couple minutes, and the next one that comes out is probably going to be better already.
Ryanair 5 Papa Fox, fly direct to Negre, hold over Negre, inbound Diversion will be heading 230, right turn.
John 230.
Yep, if you Google for a METAR for Ibiza, you will see that they have one from 1430 with winds 120 at 16 gust 37 already. So you can see the weather is moving through at the moment. And it will change with the next one. It will change. So if they change the runway now, they can undo that work with the next update. And Maximilian says in the chat, good choice to make that call. Would that be a real-life procedure if you notice something like that? Depends a bit on the airport. If they have a weather radar at the airport, which most airports do, then I wouldn't make that. Because ATC would know that. It's part of ATC training. They learn meteorology as part of their training. So they would know this. In the real world, they would probably stick everything into a hold and then see what happens. Actually, we know what's going on in the real world. Let's look at Flight Radar. Let's see what they're doing right now. Yep. So here's Flight Radar for you guys. This is what's going on in the real world at the moment. You can see everything sticking in the holdings up here, waiting for the weather to pass. Nothing landing at the moment. What's that, Ryanair? Look at that. He taxied out to the runway, probably decided, nope, not gonna fly in this weather, and right back to the apron. But that's the only call to make with weather like this. If you look at Palma, clearly still runway 06 in use, which tells us a lot about what's going on with the general weather in the area. If Palma has winds for runway 06, then Ibiza is not going to have winds for runway 24 for long. It will change back very soon. So for the time being, stick to the hold, wait for the weather to pass. And we can also gain a little bit bigger picture with the weather radar here. Unfortunately, this is where the real world is really different from the sim. In the real world, you would definitely see a weather cell somewhere over here.
51 Bravo, go ahead.
In the real world, you would definitely see a very, very huge cell, like that one, close to the airport. And once that cell has moved away from the airport, that's when you get to know the new winds. Of course, ATC has live wind in the measurements at the airport, so they don't have to rely on the METARs updating themselves like we would do in the aircraft. So, let's see if we can already grab something newer. Let's do another weather update here. Come on. So, Ibiza, tough. Oh, METAR. Send. Let's see. Yeah. Look at what I'm saying. 1500? That thing is 5 minutes old. 230 at 6. With that, you can already approach runway 06 again. And the general conditions are going to switch back. I guarantee you that. They still have heavy thunderstorms, so I still wouldn't start the approach, but here's your proof. 230 at 6. I told you those winds are gonna go away. And Evil 04, would we do a PA in that situation? Yes, we would. But only when we know what's going on.
Control Ocean 5300, can we get the current visibility reporting, please?
So, 47 minutes of holding fuel, easy going.
The current visibility right now is 300 meters. And it's overcast at 400 feet, scattered 2,500 with cumulus. But right now we are not approaching any traffic to Ibiza. It should be, we expect that you're going to start your approach in about 5 minutes when the thunderstorm is going to the north part of the airport.
Ah, they've actually closed it. They've actually done it.
Alternatives to Palma
Now,
would be available for us.
In this case,
yeah, right
awesome
now,
job
yeah, I think so,
from
yeah,
air traffic
it's available
control.
right now if you want.
Closing an airport because of weather
For now, we'll stay on the hold. We'll let you know
in an
if
event.
if you need diversion.
Guys, I'm
For
happy
now,
to see
we will
this.
be going to Ibiza.
I'm really happy to see this. This is what ATC has to do. They don't force it because of VATSIM. They actually do it. They actually close the airport. Love them.
November 751 Charlie
That's
Tango,
really,
Roger,
really
clear control 110, descent for level 80.
probably a very hard decision to make, but exactly the right one. And for us, that means collecting weather of the alternates, because, you know, when you have like a whole bunch of aircraft waiting to approach an airport, that airport closes, everyone sticks in the holding, and at some point we're going to reach the time where everyone will divert. And then everyone will divert to the same airport, which is operationally the most useful one, which is Palma. For that reason, I planned Barcelona as alternate. So what do we have here? Barcelona. Runway 6 left in use. So Hero in force, 080 at 16, 10 kilometers, few clouds. Barcelona has good weather. We don't have METARs for the other ones, so let's go ahead and collect the... or we don't have ATISs for the other ones, so let's collect the METARs. So that's gonna be Lima Echo Victor Charlie with a METAR and send. And then let's see that one. 05089, awesome weather. So Valencia is fine. Then, yeah, that return to menu button doesn't work. That's an annoying one. Okay, so what we are gonna do is the following. Let's find our flight plan. So, for the furthest alternate, we need like less fuel than for Barcelona. Can that be true? Barcelona 3.5. Yeah, the other ones actually take less fuel. Okay, then we already have the airport with the greatest fuel quantity. And what I'll do as well is down here we'll take 45 minutes of final fuel. So we got 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, if we're not on the ground, we're heading off to the alternate.
Contactamos 1.0,3. Gracias.
121,3.
121,3.
So, wasn't the event called the Ibiza closing party? I suppose they took that literal over here. Loving it, man. Alright, so, yeah, Enbo, what happened? Airport is closed for weather. On one of the busiest VATSIM events they have. Man, this is so nice. I just sent the controller a message as well, telling them how much I appreciate their decision making. So a couple of clouds over here, should hopefully not be busy. But yeah, I think at this time we just have to make a PA to our guests. We're in the holding for 20 minutes now. We must tell them something. Liebe Fluggäste aus dem Cockpit, Ihr Kapitän, Sie fragen sich sicherlich, warum wir noch nicht in Ibiza am Boden sind. Aktuell ziehen einige Gewitter über den Flughafen, weshalb wir hier in der Warteschleife sind. Wir warten jetzt noch etwas darauf, dass das Wetter durchzieht und wir werden Sie dann weiter auf dem Laufenden halten. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und Ihr Verständnis. Sicherheit hat selbstverständlich immer unsere höchste Priorität, sodass wir jetzt das Wetter abwarten werden, bevor wir dann unseren Anflug nach Ibiza starten werden. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. You might be asking yourself why we are not on the ground in Ibiza just yet. You can basically already see the reason on the outside. Currently there are thunderstorms right over Ibiza airport. Therefore we've entered a holding and are currently waiting for those thunderstorms to move through. We will update you on the progress and when we are starting the approach to Ibiza. In the meantime, just sit back and relax, and we are now waiting for the weather to pass through. Thank you very much for your understanding. Of course, safety is always our highest priority, and for this reason we currently have to wait with the commencement of our approach. Thank you very much for your understanding.
Roger, ILS Zulu 06 left and request climb to level 100.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, for the time being, we're just holding over here. We do have fuel for another, like, 25 minutes now. We should give ourselves a little bit extra time, so in 20 minutes we will make the decision, so that we don't land with exactly the minimum fuel at our alternate. One thing that we of course have to take into consideration is that due to the general wind direction, all the bad weather that was currently in Ibiza is moving towards Palma de Mallorca.
Cloudy but not too bad, Connor 9 Yankee.
Copy. Do you want to try?
ASAP.
Copy. Flight ISO no clear.
So let's see if there is any weather update available.
230 degrees, 6 knots.
Direct Oslook and cleared for the ILS 06, Connor 9 Yankee.
Control Ocean 530 Zulu confirm. Have you guys resumed approaches into Ibiza?
Not yet. There is one traffic about to approach. The weather just
so
changed
230 at 6, visibility 650, RVR 06 is 1000 meters, but still heavy thunderstorms.
It's up to you.
Okay, right.
We're not going to try this just yet. We will stay in the hold here.
That you just gave is going to be successful. We would like to come back and go into Ibiza.
Okay, copy. In that case, for the
man, did you see all those lightnings?
And I will let you know.
Thank you. Level 80, Ocean 53.
Condor 7 Kilo Yankee, contact approach on 119.125.
119.125, Condor 7 Kilo Yankee, bye-bye.
Edelweiss 3 Tango Whiskey.
Edelweiss 3 Tango Whiskey, we're 2,500 feet.
Edelweiss 3 Tango Whiskey, rear contact 3000, climbs for level 80.
I'll say 0 first.
And Edelweiss 3 Tango Whiskey, how was the departure from Ibiza?
It was a little sketchy.
But viable, right?
Yeah, we did it. It's all good.
It was a little sketchy. Which runway did he depart from?
06.
Okay.
Yeah,
the approach to 06 looks quite okay right
now.
now.
Traffic doing the approach. He's going to be our tester. If everything is going well, I will start again the approach.
And Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, the way it looks on our weather radar, it's more the missed approach that's covered with the CBs right now, so we would like to try as well for runway 06.
Okay, you do want to try now?
Effort?
Copy, after the Coxex, continue with the approach and exit the hold.
Leaving the holding, alright, Coxex, continue with the approach, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy. Obviously with our heavy aircraft we have a little bit of a better way to do this, but if you look at the weather radar over here, the missed approach is covered, so if anything happens there, immediate right hand turn to the south. So we will...
Can you give us the wind second, please?
9 Foxtrot Yankee, current wind 230 degrees, 6 knots.
Thanks.
And Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima request.
Go.
In case of missed approach, request a right hand turn heading 180, climbing to whatever altitude suits you with your traffic.
Either with 5 Bravo Lima, copy. We will let you know when you're on the final approach, okay?
Thank you.
PT 161, which you're holding 6,000 feet.
By the way, guys, this is very much how this works in the real world as well. When the weather radar shows that the approaches are clear, one guy will go in and try, and if that guy succeeds, you will get a huge pile of people who's gonna come next.
Up to flight level 110, and if the question is, there's still turbulence, we are.
Yeah, is it still turbulent? How was the departure?
Minor, mild turbulence. It's doable, BT 161.
Copy.
Just because you can take off, that does not mean that you can land. But I really gotta say the ATC is fantastic here. Really gotta say that. This is exactly like this would go in the real world right now. Okay, so, on the exit from the hold, continue along the Cox's arrival.
Edelweiss 270 Alpha, hello, descend for level 9 0, and I will call you.
And I guess once we're out of the hold, we'll go in.
Good afternoon, U28 Quebec, Cannonball at 2.5.
Well, and then we'll see what's going to happen over here.
Quebec Yankee, hello, continue call.
Now guys, imagine doing a flight to Florida. You do that with 2 pilots. There is no relief pilot required to Florida from Germany.
Zero winds 5 Bravo Lima, descend altitude 3,000, cushion 4,000 feet, QNH is 1022.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1022. Okay, thrust dial descent, ALTS 4,000 blue, set QNH.
QNH is 1022.
QNH 1022 cross check, passing 5,940 now.
To get an update on that approach.
Okay, so,
you want to go back again to the approach? Is it still doing the...
in case of that ocean, I would not come back. Once the decision to divert is made, divert. Refuel, come back.
We will know in 1 minute.
Because it's going to take at least 10 minutes
please let me know
to sort him back in again.
Copy, for the momentum, left heading 360 degrees.
Left heading 360, Ocean 530.
Alright, so yeah, now imagine flying to Florida. 2 pilots only, no in-flight rest, 10 hours 30 flight time to get there, and this weather right now... That was not Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. And this weather right now is exactly what you have every day in the whole summer season in Florida.
161, contact Palma, 121.3.
Okay, nav to Osnabrück, 1,000 to go. Liebe Fluggäste, noch einmal Ihr Kapitän. Das Wetter hat sich jetzt verbessert. Wir beginnen jetzt unseren Anflug in Richtung Ibiza. Vielen Dank für Ihre Geduld und wir werden dann in 5 Minuten gelandet sein. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. We are starting our approach to Ibiza. We expect to be on the ground in the next 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your understanding and your patience.
Descend altitude 3,000, after Osno, clear ILS X-ray, runway 06.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, descend at 3,000 after Osno, cleared ILS X-ray, runway 06. Okay, I don't care about X-ray, it's just the go-around.
In case of missed approach, you can turn right on heading 180, climb to 3,000.
In case of missed approach, heading 180, altitude 3,000, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Okay, 1,000 to go. Then let's start slowing down. Activate approach phase. Flaps 1. Speed checked, flaps 1. And manage speed.
Control use. Ocean 530 Zulu, I'm sorry to bother you again. Could we get an update?
Cat3 dual, autopilot 1-2, glass globe localizer blue.
Well, he's over the threshold, let's see. Tower is going to tell me now as soon as he touches the runway.
Thank you, we'll stand by.
Okay, so new weather condition on the right side there. Our missed approach is heading south now, climbing 3,000, but this is just amber. This is not red, so we can still do this.
Do you think we could try an approach on runway 06 number 751 Trade Tango?
Give me 1 second, because the other traffic... just give me 1 second, I will let you know.
Okay, so lock star. Interestingly enough, without a localizer indication.
Ocean 530 Zulu, the other traffic was able to land. Do you want to go back again to the approach?
Yes, Ocean 530 Zulu, we would like to go to Ibiza. And just for information, we are below minimum fuel. I understand it's busy. Just give us a bit of priority only if possible, and we don't want to go back to Ibiza.
Copy that. Brake turn left heading 270 degrees. Stay vectors for
Alt.
approach runway 06.
270 vectors for the ILS 06, Ocean 530 Zulu.
November 715 Charlie Tango after Coxex. Continue
Okay, the
with the
cabin crew
arrival.
should be
Coxex,
seated anyway,
continue
but
with
we
the
would
arrival.
reconfirm this at this point.
Continue with arrival after caution.
Because we know it's gonna be bumpy on this.
Thank you.
Glide start, go around altitude 3000 set.
9819, fly direct to dot.
Direct to dot.
Ryanair 5 Papa Foxtrot, fly direct to dot.
Direct to dot, Ryanair 5 Papa Foxtrot.
Yeah, we are rowing again to resume the
Okay,
approach.
flaps 2. Speed check,
Zero wind 5
flaps
Bravo
2.
Lima, speed is yours, tower 118, decimal 505.
118.505, you're wing 5 Bravo Lima. Thanks for the awesome realistic ATC today.
2,500.
Okay, 18505, gear down. Ibiza Tower, good afternoon. Hot wings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, ILS 06.
Wings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, hello, continue approach, runway 06.
Continuing approach, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Flaps 3. Speed checked. Flaps 3.
2,000.
Wings 46, contact
full.
power controller 134.825.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
134.825, Eurowings 466.
This should absolutely not be here. The cabin must be ready for an approach like this.
Go ahead.
There must be nobody standing in the cabin.
You have an Airbus A340 300, approximately 6 miles out of runway 06. Report when you have the traffic in sight.
Traffic currently not inside, we'll report when traffic inside, left on the
Okay, so landing checklist.
You're clear to land runway 06, wind calm.
Runway 06, clear to land, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. So, ECA memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. And what's the big picture on the weather radar here? There's a bit of red in there as well now, so if we go around, we'll fly through here. And Eurowing 5 Bravo Lima, due to weather, in case of missed approach, we'll need something about heading 120 to get in between two cells.
5 Bravo Lima, Roger.
So in case of missed approach, we'll go through here. Wind is coming from the right, so I don't want to go through this.
Will be approved.
Roger, thank you.
Heading again, please. Can you confirm the heading again, please?
About 120. It depends a little bit on the weather radar. There's a cell directed to the south and one exactly on the runway track. We'll go in between the two. So 120 through 140, something like that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so manual flight. In weather like this, I don't want the automatics to do this. That's a bit too much thrust. So nothing in sight just yet.
400.
Land.
100 above.
Checked.
200.
Nothing in sight.
Minimum.
Caution, taxiway.
Go around.
Caution,
Flaps.
taxiway.
Traffic inside, left on the 5 kilo.
From the 5 kilo, behind the running traffic, left and wait 06 behind.
Okay. So Mantoga, SRS, nav, auto thrust blue, positive climb, gear up. And pull heading 120.
Land behind landing traffic.
110 should be good.
One around, left on the 5 kilo.
During February Lima, confirmed going to John going around.
Affirm, we did not see the runway at the minimums. Eurowing 5 Bravo Lima.
During February Lima, Roger,
Okay,
no
flaps
problem.
1.
You can contact Palma Control on frequency
And let's make that
134.825.
Stand by. So flap 0. And let's make that like 125-ish. Autopilot 1. Okay, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, we're on heading 125, climbing 3000. Second the frequency. Speed hold start.
Right, yeah, stand by.
Ooh, that lightning was pretty close. Okay, so no way we are gonna land here.
Yeah, Pedro Lima, you can contact Palma Control on 134825 and he will better you again.
134825, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, bye bye. Palma Control, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, maintaining 5000 on heading 125.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, hello again, 3000 rear contact, report intentions.
We'll divert to Palma de Mallorca, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, copy, climb, caution maintain 3000 on that heading and I will let you know.
3000 on this heading, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Approach runway 5
Okay, so the general direction that we're flying into is fine.
Ryanair 5
Come on, speed.
copy, fly direct
I want
to Negre,
250.
that's for the moment.
Here we go. So, quick weather update for Palma, just to be sure we don't head into the completely wrong direction. So, Palma, Meta, let's see.
Eurowings 46 Victor, contact Palma radar on 121.
06013, 10 kilometers, few CBs, tempo, 3000 meters, thunderstorms, few 1000.
121.3.
113, Eurowings 46 Victor.
Not that nice. At least not for wasting the rest of our fuel over there.
Speed 160 knots until 40 me.
So, what other options do we have? Barcelona might be one.
Ocean 530 Zulu, speed 220 knots. 220, Ocean 530.
Come on, give me weather.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, how was the approach, sorry?
5 Bravo Lima, we did not see the runway at the minimum.
Copy.
Palma Control, Lufthansa 52 kilo.
Let's get some Barcelona weather here.
6000.
November Charlie.
Okay, that's much better. We'll go to Barcelona.
118.505 to
That tempo weather in Palma could screw us at this level of fuel, so we'll have to divert to Barcelona there. That's the much safer option.
Climb for level 80, Lufthansa 52 kilo.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, climb for level 80, left heading 090.
Climb flight level 80, and we can do that turn in 5 miles due to weather during 5 Bravo Lima. And we gotta change our alternate, we gotta divert to Barcelona instead.
Okay, so Barcelona, that's copy.
Affirm. First climb, open climb.
Sorry, give me 1 second, brake brake. Ocean 530 Zulu.
First time open climb, alt 8000 blue.
3000, Ocean 530 Zulu. And Ocean 530 Zulu, speed 200 knots, fly direct to Snook.
I don't want to risk it in Palma with that tempo weather. We'll just go to Barcelona, that's the safe place. Refuel there.
Level to Palma, caution to Barcelona, diversion.
Whatever suits you.
Copy, climb for level 120, left heading 360 degrees.
Plummeting 120, left 360 low. What are we? Eurowings, 5 Bravo Lima. Okay, so 12000 blue heading 360, which should show at the top over there as far as I'm aware. Not sure about the EIS one. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up that diversion. New destination, Lima Echo Bravo Lima.
Once again, please.
Alternate cleared, that's fine. So let's get ourselves some weather.
Oscar Sierra Tango Alpha, Ryanair 5 Fox.
Easy to Christian 5
Barcelona, arrival, request sent.
Direct Osnook, Park 1 Bravo, can we decelerate and descend?
Ryanair 5 1 Bravo, descend altitude 3000 feet.
3000 for Park 1
Okay, set standard.
November 751 Charlie Tango, Mr. Approach will divert to Palma.
Standard cross check passing level 86 now.
090 degrees, climb fly level 80.
090.
So that's a good question from Simao. What's the procedure now? How do you know what route to fly? Quite simple. ATC gives us one. We don't have to worry. ATC does it for us. They'll just either send us direct to a waypoint or give us radar vectors. Whatever suits them. Okay, so let's see, Barcelona should be somewhere on here. There it is, 130 miles, 2,000 to go.
015 Bravo Lima, climb for level 140.
Climb level 140, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Bravo Lima, climb for level 140.
Level 140, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Okay, cool, so 14,000 is up here, heading 360 takes us directly towards the airport, that's very good. And then, let's see, has the ATIS arrived? Yes, it has. So Barcelona ATIS Delta from 1500. Expect ILS Zulu approach runway 6 left. 09013, visibility 10, few clouds, scattered clouds 23, 1024. Alright, easy going. So, Barcelona, arrival, ILS Zulu 06 left. And insert.
November 751 Charlie Tango, climb for level 80.
Aztec, so that we've got something in the flight plan, and then obviously full heading.
Ryanair 5 Papa Foxtrot, climb for level 100, expect the ILS Zulu X-ray, ILS Zulu 12 at
okay,
Valencia.
1,000 to go.
Valencia, expect ILS Zulu runway 12 100 Ryanair 5 Papa.
Ryanair 51 Bravo, speed 180 knots until 60 me. Ryanair 51 Bravo,
okay,
speed
so,
180 knots until 60 me.
hold storm. Let's go ahead and reprogram a little bit of stuff down here. Flight level 140 is going to be the cruise level. Set manage speed we'll do in a moment. So, fuel prediction, alternate 0, we'll keep 45 minutes. Well, okay, then you get 0.1. That's fine. We'll keep the 45 minutes, but actually we don't need to, because there are no threats over there, so 30 minutes is going to do. That gives us 27 minutes extra fuel over in Barcelona. The approach is in here. Let's find those charts. Okay. What are you doing? Why is it going flux 1?
015 Bravo Lima, contact Palma 121.3, bye.
1213, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, bye.
Ryanair 51 Bravo, contact tower 118.505.
Chrono control, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, flight level 140, heading 360.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, chrono control, radar contact, climb, flight level 200, climb maintain present heading.
Climb maintain flight level 200 on the present heading, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. First climb out cruise level 200 blue. And new cruise out flight level 200. Okay, beautiful. In the real world, you could just look at the optimum level, because that is corrected for trip length and everything. So that would read something like level 160, 180.
Runway 06 left. When ready to exit, hold, let me know.
So yeah, that way you could easily do this. And the Skydreamer, isn't there a localizer in ILS for autolanding? Yes, that would have been a possibility, but with thunderstorms around, imagine ending up in a wind shear on an autoland. The airplane is certified to do that, well, to go around in that case on the autopilot, but I'd rather do that manually, especially when gusty weather is expected. I'd rather fly manually. That's just a little bit easier. Okay, cool. So, we're on the way to the alternate. We can actually set manage speed down here. But let's not climb too quickly here. 3-2-1 rule. Speed, vertical speed. Okay, so, let's actually say something to our passengers. They will be wondering what's going on. We'll probably have gotten a call from the cabin crew as well at this point. This is really where two pilots are very helpful. Liebe Fluggäste aus dem Cockpit noch einmal Ihr Kapitän. Wie Sie gemerkt haben, haben wir auch kurz über der Landebahn diese noch nicht sehen können und daher unseren Anflug auf Ibiza abgebrochen. Wir setzen jetzt Kurs in Richtung Barcelona, wo wir das Flugzeug betanken werden und uns dann wieder auf den Weg nach Ibiza machen werden. Vielen Dank für Ihr Verständnis und wir werden dann in ca. 15 Minuten in Barcelona landen. Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. As you've noticed, we could not see the runway on our approach into Ibiza, even while we were just a few meters above that runway. For this reason, we could not land over there, and we are now diverting the airplane to Barcelona. In Barcelona, we are going to refuel the plane and then set course towards Ibiza once again. But for the time being, thank you very much for your understanding, and we will be on the ground in Barcelona in approximately 15 minutes. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, cool. So that's that. Then let's go ahead and continue with the preparation for the arrival. So Barcelona, charts, search. Then loads of charts over there. I have no idea where we might be parking. So we'll probably just land, vacate, and then we'll see what they're going to do with us. So run, well, we don't need stars. All we need is the approach, ILS Zulu 06 left, and the entire rest we'll deal with when it becomes important, aka on the ground. So at this point we would also be sending an ACAS to the company, telling them where we are diverting. I mean, we would have been in contact with the company the entire time. But we'd let them know that we're diverting. They might be able to tell us where we are parking, but may or may not be able to do that. So let's just go ahead and check that arrival real quick. The approach starts from Aztec above 3000, and the final descent point is at 9 DME, 4.3 DME, 1450 is the minimum, and we've got Aztec 3000, 9 miles, 3000. Then 3-degree glide slope matches the chart. Go around direct Bravo Charlie November, then radial 058 outbound.
Fly direct Nepal.
Can you spell that waypoint for Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima?
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, November Echo Papa Alpha Lima, Nepal.
Direct November Echo Papa Alpha Lima, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Okay, direct to Nepal.
You are
and
radar contact cleared.
Nav, flight right hand turn. We'll just join Nepal up with the approach then. Is there a standard approach available from there? Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with that.
We make the right road, defense like level 200.
So Nepal to Aztec. We'll just keep that in here for the time being. Okay, great. So we don't need anything on the RATNAV page for that. Then Barcelona 6 left is actually in here already. We'll keep those speeds. Let's get the latest weather in. 09013, 23 degrees, 1024. And the temperature was 23. Okay, that's looking good. So weather is checked. Minimum 270. Like that. Config 3 for the approach. We won't need full on this one. And then next phase. Let's see, the go around takes us to 3000. The MSA is 3.3. So we'll use an engine out acceleration altitude of 3000. Fuel prediction 30 minutes extra, 2.2 tons. But then again, that's without any alternates, so go figure. Alright, great. Auto brakes low to vacate that runway. Actually, I'll tell you what, auto brakes off so that...
Barcelona approach on 131.125, bye-bye.
131.125, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Thanks for the awesome service today.
Yeah, thank you, sir. See you later, Manuel.
So we have ATIS Delta. Barcelona approach Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy, flight level 200, inbound Nepal.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, hello, radar contact. Nepal. 2 Echo transition correction. Nepal 2 Echo arrival, runway 06 left, report ready for descent.
Nepal 2 Echo arrival, runway 06 left, your wings 5 Bravo Lima. Okay, 2 Echo, let's program that.
5 Tango Alpha, proceed direct aspect.
So, ILS Zulu runway 6, that stays as it is. So, we have Nepal 3 Echo. Your wings 5 Bravo Lima, confirm that's the Nepal 3 Echo?
I don't know why it happened about 2 weeks ago, but it should be. Yeah, Nepal 3 Echo arrival.
Thank you, Nepal 3 Echo arrival for Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
What do you think, remember telling?
Okay, so that gotta be stars runway 06 from the south. Okay, Nepal 3 Echo takes us towards the Rubot. Then we'll need a Rubot transition. And there it is, Rubot 2 Echo. Okay, insert. So let's see the fuel prediction. Leaves us with 25 minutes. Okay, 4.2 expected landing fuel. Not too much, but certainly within limits. Okay, so let's see. From Nepal between 100 and 160 towards Takao. Between 60 and 100. Speed restrictions are checked. Then on towards the Rubot. Should probably have some charts for that. RNAV transitions runway 06 left right. Here we go. Okay, so Rubot to waypoint 546 below level 80. And then into the downwind. Yep, that looks correct. And then eventually to the final for runway 6 left, which we have already checked. Great.
Left heading 090 degree.
Gonna leave the auto brakes off. Then we quickly got to do a landing calculation. So synchronize and synchronize. On 3. Dry. Compute. Okay, so 763 meters of stop margin. What's that? Fuel left wing tank low level. Yeah, that is fine, that is expected. So, ECAM actions. Auto tank transfer on. Well, that's not gonna do any difference here. Okay, so fuel. Actually, is that sensible to do? Auto tank transfer on, yeah, it's transferred already, but we can do it. Okay, so fuel, auto tank transfer, confirm, confirmed, on, trim tank mode forward. So fuel, trim tank mode forward. Okay, if no fuel leak, we do not expect a fuel leak. 17.5 plus 5.2, that equals the 23 tons that we had uploaded. So if no fuel leak, cross feed 1 and 2 on. So fuel, cross feed 1, on, cross feed 2, on. Okay, so trim tank pump low pressure, surprise, that's associated. So trim tank mode auto, fuel, trim tank mode auto. And look at that, now it wants me to put that into forward again. No, not gonna do that. Clear fuel? Clear fuel. And that's the ECAM actions complete. Alright, cool. Then we're reaching the top of the descent here. Fuel left and right wing tank low level. Okay, disregard the trim tank, cross feed 3 on, fuel, cross feed 3 on, and cross feed 4 on, fuel, cross feed 4 on. Okay, clear fuel, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, ready for descent. Okay, and that's the Decam actions complete.
Roger, descend flight level 9
Descending flight level 9 Euro 5 Bravo Lima. First descent, alt flight level 100 magenta. Might have to help it a little bit, we're a little high right now. Give me like half speed brake here. Auto flight, auto thrust off. Why is that? No. I think I accidentally hit the disconnect button. Okay, here we go. That looks better. How high are we? 1,200. No problem. Alright, good. Then let's go for the approach briefing, please. Man, we don't have to do an emergency descent here. Speed brakes back in. Okay, so for the approach briefing, it's Nepal 3 Echo arrival with a Rudot whiskey transition for an ILS Zulu approach runway 06 left. Minimum Sparrow 270. The go around is going to be into a traffic pattern because of fuel. Then, if we really have to go around, right hand traffic pattern, and then we can come back. Apart from that, I've got yeah, extra fuel of 20 minutes now, but without alternate anymore. So the approach will be flight director guided with the config 3 approach, maximum reverse, auto brake off, vacate the runway. We'll actually have to ask ATC where they want us to vacate to. Yeah, and apart from that, we really don't have anything special over here, or anything non-standard. The fuel is a bit of a thing, we talked about that. In case of a go-around, we'll keep the pitch below 7.5, so that we don't make all the fuel run to the end of the tanks. That also means we have to reduce our go-around thrust fairly soon. And, well, that's really it. Any questions? No? Okay. Beautiful, so that's the approach briefing completed. Then going through 15,000, let's just cycle the seatbelts here so that the cabin crew knows what's going on. And that's it. Any questions? Nope? Beautiful. Cool, so then we're on approach again. We have already finished the PA, we have pretty much done everything. So now, well, off to Barcelona it is. And my Russian friends in the comments, I'm sorry I can't pronounce the Cyrillic name. Real closing party Ibiza. You name it. And the Spanish pilot, I'm currently not using FS Realistic.
7033.
And Lucas, the RATNAV page is basically just the page that you use to tune your to tune all your nav lanes. So when you fly an approach that is not covered by an RNAV, by a complete RNAV approval, which the A340 is certified for, then you are just going to use the RATNAV page to tune the backup. And Borislav, okay, I can remember that much easier. Bulgarian, not Russian. Okay, my apologies for that, my friend. Then Davey 6767, if we were to run dangerously low on fuel, and dangerously low means that it would be expected that if any changes to the current ATC clearance occur, we would be landing within final reserve fuel, so within 30 minutes of final fuel. Then we would declare minimum fuel. That way ATC knows that they have to get us in. If it would become evident that for whatever reason we would touch the last 30 minutes of fuel, so we still have 24 on top of that, but if that was to go to something like 5 minutes on top, then we would have to declare Mayday fuel. So basically that would be Mayday, 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 Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, fuel, and then ATC would know, okay, that guy goes in first. So that's how that would go. Now Chris asked a bit earlier, what are my top 5 wide bodies? Well, A330, A350, A380, 747, and the last one is a bit difficult. 787. And Charlie, welcome back. Yep, we are diverting. Visibility was so bad on arrival that we couldn't see the runway for landing, and thus we are diverting. By the way, to talk a little bit more about why I immediately made the decision to divert. With thunderstorms at the destination, you would only be allowed to fly a second approach if there is a considerable improvement in the weather. Now, I have no reason to expect that considerable improvement quickly, but let's actually take a look, see if we could have landed by now. So, weather, let's see. What is Ibiza looking like right now? Yeah, see, it's still not good. It's improved. By now it should be landable. But 040 at 10, so see, I told you it would... You're ring 5 Bravo Lima.
Ring 5 Bravo Lima, right heading 050 degrees, descent for level 70.
Right heading 050, descent flight level 70, you're ring 5 Bravo Lima. First island, descent heading, flight level 70 blue. Okay, through 10,000, light, signs, EFIS, and GPS ground ring, high accuracy. No, actually we can't do the checklist yet, we're still on standard, so that's it. Okay, cool. So, I told you. I absolutely told you, the wind would turn back for something for runway 06. If they had switched to runway 24, they would have 10 knots of tailwind for everyone now. But as you can see, there's still thunderstorms in the area, so it was the right choice for us to divert. Otherwise we would get stuck on a single runway airport with thunderstorms. Descent altitude 4000, QNH 1024, you're ring 5 Bravo Lima.
And you're ring 5 Bravo Lima, left heading 360 degrees.
Left heading 360, you're ring 5 Bravo Lima.
17304, descent altitude 5000 feet.
So, flight 4000 blue, set QNH, and 1024 cross check, passing 8700 now. Okay, so we can keep the speed. We can keep the 250 for the time being. And let's extend the center line. So, direct to Aztec, and the radial will be... that's 064, so 244. Alright, and here we go. Heading. Great, approach checklist please. Barrow ref, QNH 1024. Seatbelts on, minimum, Sparrow 270, auto brake off, and engine start selector norm. Approach checklist complete.
Sub 304.
Alright, so yeah, I told you, once the thunderstorms are through, the wind is going to change back. That's pretty much what's happening right now. And, yeah, that's about all there is to this. So let's make sure that we actually get down early enough.
100, maintain present heading, Iberia 4 Mac Lima.
17304, Release the TC journal, Sarah, sub 304. And right now 7304, right heading 245 degrees. Right turn up 345
2000 to go.
Sub 304.
Approaching.
Ring 5 Bravo Lima, right heading 035 degrees, descent out 3000 feet, clear ILS, reverse runway 06 left, report standing.
Right heading 035, descent 3000 feet, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 06 left, call you established, your ring 5 Bravo Lima.
Running 35 Foxtrot Delta, low, please right heading.
Okay, so that is looking quite good. Quite a bit of headwind there, then we can still the speed brakes now. So, 3 hours in the air already. This is going quickly. Alright, everything's done, then let's have a little bit of fun.
Manual
flight.
Descend 4000 now, and SM304. Egypter 767 flow, Barcelona radar contact, descent level 70. You are clear for the beam to Eco Transition.
And Maxime, no, I'm not using anything for my shaders. This is default flight sim.
Descend 7,000 feet, and apologies, can you repeat the transition one more time?
Beam to Eco.
Okay, leading to Echo transition for the 06.
That looks nice, doesn't it?
Turkish 1 Bravo Bravo, and let's contact Barcelona 132.580, bye-bye.
Okay, so the localizer should come alive any moment, and then that's checked. Localizer alive.
7304 left heading 080 degrees, 090 degrees, clear that left to approach, runway 06 left.
Cat 1, log star, glass globe blue. Would have been nicer if I had armed the approach mode. But well, small mistakes can happen. Okay, activate approach phase.
Left 090 degrees, clear 06 left, fine, it's 7304. Ryan 35, Foxtrot Delta, descent for level 70.
Descent for level 70, 35 Foxtrot.
Scandinavian 228 Romeo Golf, radio 1 out of 5.
Block. Okay, flaps 1.
Willing 750,
Speed checked.
Barcelona 132.550.
Flaps 1.
132.850, Willing 750. Barcelona 132.580, bye-bye.
Glass globe star. What's the go around altitude? 3000?
For Bravo Hotel,
That's set.
132.580, bye-bye.
Alright, gear down. We are a little bit fast right now, even though we have a good chunk of headwind. But being fast on approach with an A340 is absolutely nothing you should be playing with. If that thing is fast, gear down. It's the only way to get these things under control. And we don't want to risk a go around here, especially not with that fuel. See how hard it is to get that speed down? So, full speed brake.
Se la leviamo, brake. Victor Bravo Delta 207, descenso para el nivel de vuelo 80.
Flaps 2. Speed checked. Flaps 2. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima established.
105, mate.
Sorry, blocked you. Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima is established.
118, 105, bye-bye.
118, 105, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima. Bye-bye. Okay, flaps 3. Speed checked. Flaps 3.
1 right.
Barcelona Tower, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima Heavy established, ILS 06 left.
Opinion number 2.
So the approach speed is rather high because of the headwind at the moment. That will come down later on. Come on, Kevin. You guys should just have been seated. So, landing checklist, ICA memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete.
Clear for Nico from 06 right, red nose, 50 mama.
Come on, speed, go back down. So we still have a lot of headwind that is going to drop, so if we get a little deviation here at the 1000 foot gate and it's because of a wind loss, then we can accept that. Checked. So I don't see any traffic ahead of us. Might just as well be the simulator though. He told me to stand by, so let's see if he's going to call us back.
158 for Quebec, push and start approved, facing east KNH 1024.
starting facing east, QNH 104, running 58.
Ooh, look at that wind. Now it's dropping.
Push on to Lima 11 facing southeast.
Yeah, no problem. Push and
so, welcome to Spain.
Airwings 5 Bravo Lima, wind is 080, 1 knots, runway 06 left, clear to land.
06 left, clear to land. Do we vacate left or right? Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
Caution! Taxiway!
Nope.
Caution! Taxiway!
To the right, thank you. That is not a taxiway.
Barcelona Tower, hello, very good evening to you.
So the Papi actually looks more correct than the glide slope here. Man, what's the wind doing?
And 7304, hello, number 2.
But this is, we know why, so that's fine.
Good evening, Barcelona Tower. Ryanair 11 Hotel Bravo, reaching Sierra 14.
Spoilers, reverse green, diesel.
Continue taxi via Mike, hold short of echo.
Continue taxi via Mike, also Echo Ryanair 11 Hotel Bravo.
Okay, so next taxiway to the right. 70 knots.
Number Sierra Zulu to Papa Yankee, contact approach.
Alright, welcome to Barcelona. Now that was an interesting one with the wind just dropping off on the very short final there. We basically went to idle at like 100 feet, but it's okay.
Barcelona Tower, good
Well,
afternoon.
3 hours and 8.
Quebec,
With a planned flight time of 2 hours and 8. Welcome to Barcelona.
My break, Ryanair 730 or wind.
We don't actually know where to go, so...
runway 06 left, clear to land, vacate to the left.
Runway 06 left, clear to land, double vacate left, runway 730.
So, the plane should be off the runway, let's check. Yeah, barely just, but we're off. Okay, so after landing procedures.
110, hello, continue taxi.
It's not that hot anymore, so flaps can go up.
Then gate Charlie Sierra to stand 210.
After landing checklist, radar and predictive wind shear off. After landing checklist complete.
Continue taxi via November, then left.
Alright, so welcome to Barcelona.
Okay,
that was
November Charlie Sierra.
Interesting. Let's put it that way, that was interesting. But really nice challenge here as well.
Good afternoon, Ryanair 3, X-ray Quebec, ready for taxi.
So now we just need to taxi somewhere.
Airwings 5 Bravo Lima, taxi via November, hold short of echo.
Taxi via November, hold short, Echo, Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima.
With chat.
Okay, so November is the first right, hold short, Echo, which is here. So on to November, hold short of the apron.
Vacate left, Ryanair 730.
3 X-ray Quebec taxi via Hotel November, right on Sierra, hold Sierra 14.
Hotel November, right on Sierra and hold Sierra 14, Ryanair 3 X-ray Quebec.
Barcelona Tower, Buenos Aires, Malay 571, Foxtrot on board 1024, very category IFL user.
Okay. So, welcome to Barcelona so far. Let's see that we can find...
Let's
see if we can actually find ourselves some nicer chart here. So we'll need that one. Then we need some parking chart as well for down here, which is APC Terminal 1.
Malev 571 for your flight. I have to give you an even flight level. Can you take flight level 360 or 340?
Okay, so we don't have clearance to cross runway 02 yet. Sometimes in Spain they expect you to cross a runway without clearance, but I'm not gonna do that. It's Spain.
571 with final flight level 340. You're clear to
okay, we'll just hold here for a moment.
Runway departure out of runway 06, right?
Until we are sure that we have crossing clearance. Let's see, we do have a taxi chart now. That's good, and we'll have to see about all the rest. And Chris, yes, I had to divert in real life as well. I'm just saying, we fly to Florida in summer. Oh yes, you will be diverting.
6,000 feet, squawking 4430, Mali 761.
761, confirm Scott 4434.
Squawking 4434. Mali 571, sorry.
Mali 571, Ripa, correct.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, are we clear to cross runway 02?
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, correct. Continue taxi via November, cross runway 02 inactive, and then taxi stand 240, November and Golf Sierra.
Eurowings 5 Bravo Lima, crossing runway 02, then continue via November Golf Sierra, stand 240. Okay, park brake off, lights on. He said inactive. With that, he probably meant I don't need to give you crossing clearance for that runway. The problem with that, and by the way, they do this in the real world as well, but the problem I see with that is you get an ATIS for the approach. By the time that you're taxiing, that ATIS will be like half an hour old. So you don't know if they might have activated the runway in the meantime. Now imagine that they did that, and suddenly you'd have to hold short of the runway. But you don't know. So that's why I'm always asking, and why I'm always stopping in front of the runways.
304, request taxi instructions.
Because Spanish ATC, you know, strange procedures. Okay, so stand 240, that's over here, and we continue via November, and then gate Golf Sierra, straight into the gate.
106 will cross the inactive runway 2, Tango Foxtrot Town, November.
Okay, great, so GSX, toggle the menu, Terminal 1. Gate 240, it's not too small, that's just fine. Handling by, well, let's take Avia partner. In the real world, you wouldn't expect to see handling at this time anyway. If you divert somewhere, then chances are you will arrive at a gate. You can be happy if there is a marshal to guide you in, so that you can shut the engines down, but apart from that, don't expect there to be any services. Even though I gotta admit that last time I had to divert in the real world, we arrived on blocks, the company had organized everything. But when that happened, we actually had to enter a holding and cruise level because we knew the destination was closed due to weather. So we were in active ACAS contact with the company and we were able to sort out everything. So that by the time we had diverted, they knew everything already. But they had like an hour to prepare, and then we actually had full staff. It took us 45 minutes until we were off the ground again with the necessary fuel amount to get back to our original destination. Okay, so start APU. So this looks fairly small, but should be fine. Typical case of it's not as big as you think. Let's verify. Yeah, see, no problem. That building is rather close, but as you can see, still no problem. As long as you're on the center line, that's why it's so important to drive along the center lines.
Continue taxiing via Mike, Hotel Echo, Ryanair 3XA, quick.
So, gate 240, lights off, please.
Correction, continue taxi via Mike, hold short of Echo.
Mike and holding short of Echo, Ryanair 3XA, quick.
Alright, the guidance system is on, A340 is on there.
India Sierra, Echo, Juliet, and Kilo to holding point runway 06 right.
6 holding point 06 right via Lima, India, Sierra, Echo, Juliet, and Kilo, rolling 7
Ryanair 11 Hotel Bravo, wind is 080 degrees, 13 knots, runway 06 right, clear for takeoff, one airborne, auto switch.
Stop. Okay.
Say again, right now, one more.
APU is online. Parking brake is set. Let's just wait for APU bleed to come up over here.
Hotel Bravo, when airborne, auto switch to 131.125.
And here we are, APU bleed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Takeoff.
Okay, so that was a fun one. That was a really fun live stream. Alright. Cabin crew, all doors in park. Engines are off, beacon goes off, then let's go ahead and disarm those slides. Okay, automatically disarmed. Nice. And since we're at a terminal position, we're probably going to get an air conditioning unit as well. So, attach that air conditioning unit, please. Parking checklist. Parking brake chocks. Well, chocks are in position. Engines off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. Alright then, we made it. That was such an awesome one. Such an awesome flight. That was just really, really enjoyable. And guys, thank you so much for the donations again. Thank you, Emmanuel. Amazing content. Keep doing what you're doing. Happy landings. Thank you very much. And another one. Thank you, Horin. Continue the excellent works. Any chance you might fly to Prague? I spent a few months updating the OPEX scenery for Prague. Yeah, definitely. We can do that again. Alright, so let's do some after landing stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to fly the continued flight to Ibiza. So in the real world there are two options of what we could do now. The first option would be to fly the airplane back to Düsseldorf. Take all the passengers back, rebook them on other flights. Why would that option be sensible? Because of the time. Now, Düsseldorf closes at night. If we refuel the aircraft, get a new flight plan, get a slot, because there were so many aircraft diverting, it will be difficult getting a new landing slot. You might not have one immediately, going to the original destination. So for this reason, it might just about take you a little time to get a slot to go back to Ibiza. And then you'd have to do the turnaround there, and then get back to Düsseldorf before night curfew strikes. That is a problem. So for this reason, it is rather likely that the onward flight to Ibiza would be cancelled, the airplane gets refueled, you return to Düsseldorf, and then the passengers are rebooked onto other flights. If the airplane doesn't get back if the airplane doesn't get back before night curfew, then this diversion would have an impact all the way until tomorrow morning. We don't want that. So for this reason, it's probably more economical just to cancel the return flight and rebook the passengers onto different flights. Well, and that's probably how the rest of the story would go. Unfortunately, as mentioned, since I got activated from standby for tomorrow, I can't really stay up too long today. But thank you very much for flying along, everyone. Be sure to leave your feedback in the comments underneath the video. As always, like, comment and subscribe, and if you really loved what I'm doing on this channel, then do leave a comment underneath. Consider a small donation through the Buy Me a Coffee link in the video description below. And with that, I'm looking forward to see you all again on the next one.